Well, good morning, everyone. This is Phil Anderson calling our 255th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council back to order here on Thursday. Coming to you here from just outside Westport, Washington, where we've got a beautiful sunny blue sky and looking out the window here, a flat ocean. So much as I like being on the phone all day with all of you fine folks, I'd rather be out there on the ocean. But here we are. We're making good progress here in our meeting. We have a couple of agenda items here today. Some major, one in particular, a major one for our harvest specification and management measures for 2021 and 2022. Before we launch into that agenda item, I'll turn to our Executive Director, Chuck Tracy, for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not too much to say today. Got a good amount of business done yesterday, so we're on schedule. We've got final action on the 2021-2022 EFPs and management measures, and then a little bit of business on in-season adjustments to close out the day. And then just getting prepared for tomorrow's finale with the administrative business, particularly in regards to future council meeting agenda and workload planning. There's quite a number of issues to deal with there in addition to just planning the agenda. We've got some workload tasks. So I'd encourage folks to look at the briefing materials in advance for that. There's a number of advisory body statements. I think there's maybe also a couple things in the informational reports from early that could bear on our discussions there tomorrow. So, but maybe some more on that business towards the end of the day. We will have updated workload planning documents by the end of the day as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much, Chuck. So we'll go ahead and pick up our second phase of our action under F1, which is the final action to adopt management measures for EFPs for 2021 and 2022 fisheries. And I am aware that there's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes in terms of preparing motions, and we also have a action item checklist under agenda item F1 that we'll be asking staff to keep track of how we're doing. I will go over in a moment after I turn to Todd for an overview, kind of the sequence that I would suggest we follow. But before I do that, let me turn it over to Todd here for a few minutes just to add some overview perspective from him. So, good morning, Todd.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Yes, so on Tuesday, we took up F1, in which the Council heard reports from the management entities and their advisory and the Council's advisory bodies. We also heard public comment and had a few questions and answers during that particular period. Under today's agenda, the second part, as you noted there, Mr. Chair, we will be just into council discussion and then council action. I believe that we are all teed up and ready to go, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Other than that, sir, I would turn it back to you.
Great, thanks, Todd. So here's my, just a moment here. Okay, sorry about that. My understanding is that we have motions that will be brought forward from WDFW. I believe there are 4 of them. We also have a tribal motion forthcoming, as well as we have a motion from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as 2 motions from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I believe that in combination, those will cover the business under F1 and the action item checklist. My proposal is that we take the 3 of the WDFW motions first, holding out the motion that deals with short belly. After we consider the WDFW motions, I would turn to Joe Oatman for the tribal motion. From there, go to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I believe they're addressing some RCA issues with their motion. Then we'll go to California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I believe Marcy has 2 motions. At that point, we'll see how we're doing. Well, regardless of where we are in terms of time, we will take a break then, or it'll be a bit of an extended break just to make sure that there's adequate time to be prepared to bring forward the final motion, which would be dealing with the short belly issues. So that's my suggestion in terms of sequence. And I'll pause there and ask my colleagues if there are concerns with moving in that order, or if you have other suggestions. Okay, I don't see any hands up, so I'll assume you're comfortable with that approach. But as normal, before we dive into the motions themselves, we'll pause and ask if there are any overarching discussions or comments that any of my colleagues around the table would like to make. Okay, and I will note that last evening there was some discussion about RCAs, particularly in California, but I don't think it was necessarily confined to that in terms of the width of RCAs between certain fathom curves. I am aware that Councilmember Zim had some questions about that, and I believe that there have been some discussions with the United States Coast Guard about that overnight. And so unless there was some specific request to bring that topic back up, I think that has been taken, those conversations have occurred offline. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a separate RCA related question that I would like the opportunity to ask the National Marine Fisheries Service, but I don't mean to jump ahead of anything relative to the questions or topic you just mentioned. So,
okay. So please go ahead, Maggie, with your question.
Thank you. In the GMT's supplemental report 4 on the non-trawl RCAs for F1, one of the ideas raised in that report was that if the council has concerns with habitat impacts from specific gear types, they could consider prohibiting those gears or consider, I guess, opening the RCA except to specific gears, opening the area between 30 and 40 fathoms proposed. It's my understanding that this is an option. The proposal that has been analyzed was to reopen the area to all legal non-trawl gear types. So a subset of those would seem to fall within the range, but I would just be looking for confirmation that that would be an option available to us, please.
Thanks, Maggie, for that question. I believe Asia, can you address that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And thank you, Ms. Summer, for the question. Yes, that is absolutely an option. So it's typical for it within the council process for an analysis to encompass, the extreme end of an alternative. And so it is okay in the analysis to scale back from that extreme end. So in this case, the extreme end of the analysis is that we open the RCA and remove restrictions on the use of all gear types there. In what you're discussing, you're talking about only allowing in certain gear types. So that's a less extreme version of what the analysis that the GMT put together considered. After this meeting, so once the council takes final action, council staff will have to adjust the analysis to reflect what the council's final motion is. So to me, that means taking what the GMT put together in that analysis and then tying the story together around what the expected impacts would be for just allowing that one gear type to be used in the area. And I'll pause there and see if there are questions about that explanation.
Thank you, Asia. Let me just go back to Maggie for a moment and ask if that clarified and answered your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Lieutenant Commander Scott McGrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly to address Mr. Zim's question from yesterday. I don't personally have the answer, but I do know that Captain Puccinelli is available if there was still a need to clarify the California RCA issue.
Okay, thanks very much, Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant Commander McGrew. Yes, as the chairman mentioned, Bob and I have had discussions, and he understands my concerns, and I believe that's been weighed in, as you will see, in the California motion that we will see today. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Louis. And thanks very much, Scott, as well. Any other overarching questions or discussion or other comments that any of my colleagues around the table would like to make before we get into the meat of the issue and start considering motions? Okay, thanks very much. So again, just to repeat, we'll go ahead and consider the 3 of the 4 WDFW motions first, and then I'll turn to Joe Oatman for tribal, on to ODF and W, then to CDF and W. Then we'll take our break and come back to address the last motion dealing with short belly. So with that, let me turn to Heather Hall.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Anderson. Good morning, council members. I do have a motion to offer that addresses this first item under council action, confirming the harvest specifications and harvest control rules that we adopted as final preferred alternatives back in April, and that would be in place for 2021 and 2022. So Sandra, if you could put up the WDFW motion 1, and then for those following along the action item checklist, this is action item checklist number 1. And while Sandra's doing that, I'll just, oh, well, that was easy. Speak a little bit about this. You know, we spent a lot of time and had a lot of good discussion in developing the preliminary preferred alternatives for these measures, leading up to and during the April council meeting where we took final action. So I don't have a whole lot more to say about that. So I would move that the council confirm the 2021-22 harvest specifications and harvest control rules for all groundfish stocks and stock complexes from April 2020, and as shown in agenda item F1, attachment 7 from the council meeting, except for short belly rockfish.
Okay, thank you, Heather. We have your motion on our screens, just double checking to make sure the language is accurate. If you could just confirm that the language on the screen is accurate.
Yep, thank you, Chair Anderson. It looks great. Thank you, Sandra.
And do I have a second? Seconded by Rich Lincoln. You spoke to your motion a little bit. Feel free to speak further as needed. You're muted, Heather.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Anderson. I just would say I think the GMT put it nicely in their statement on this when they explained that there was a lot of consensus for these FPA measures by the GMT, the GAP, and the Council back in April, and that these measures would maximize the economic benefits while meeting conservation objectives and not negatively impacting individual sectors. So that's all I have to add.
Thanks very much. Go ahead and entertain discussion on the motion. We'll go ahead and call for the question on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that, Heather, and I'll go ahead and turn back to you for your next motion.
Thank you. The next motion addresses action item checklist number 3. And this is the action that would adopt final recommendations for 2021 and 2022 EFPs that were sent out for public review in November of 2019. And I'm including in this motion the adopting the yield set-asides that would accommodate those EFPs. So, Sandra, if you could post the WDFW F1 motion number 3.
Okay, looks like we've got it on our screen, so go ahead, Heather.
Thank you. That looks great. Again, it's another place where there's been a lot of work to look at these EFPs by the GMT and the GAP. I know council staff and the GMT have also worked with the EFP applicants to refine them and make sure that they're complete and include all the information that is needed to move forward. And particularly with regard to the set-asides that would need to be taken as off-the-top deductions. So I'll read this out loud. I move that the council adopt final recommendations for all 2021-2022 EFPs. Those include the year-round coastwide midwater rockfish EFP, the CDFW 2021-2022 EFP, yellowtail rockfish jig fishing off California, Dan Platt EFP, the commercial hook and line rockfish in the RCA off Oregon, Scott Cook EFP, and the WDFW enhanced yellow eye recreational fishery biological sampling EFP, and the Monterey Bay regional EFP targeting chili pepper rockfish by Real Good Fish, and the associated set-asides as shown in agenda item F1A, supplemental GMT report in table number 1.
Okay, thank you, Heather. And just again, confirming the language on the screen is accurate.
Yes, thank you. The language looks perfect.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Seconded by Marcy Remco. Speak to your motion. Any additional remarks to your motion that you feel that is needed?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. No, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask if there's discussion on the motion, and Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Anderson. Thank you, Heather, for the motion. I support it, and I just wanted to say I know we all really value the opportunity to collect the information that these EFPs are designed to provide us, and also to acknowledge that there have been quite a few questions about when we have enough information from EFPs to be able to proceed with moving forward and considering those in regulation. And I think that it would behoove us to have a conversation about that question regarding some of these, particularly the ones that have been ongoing for one or in some cases several more cycles than that. I'm not suggesting we do that right now, but I just wanted to acknowledge that is an outstanding question that I think would be great for us to address. I know there's some interest in being able to move some of these opportunities, for example, some of the midwater type hook and line gear for midwater rockfishes into regulation. Thanks for the motion. I support it.
Thank you, Maggie. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Heather, for the motion, and I can concur with all of the supporting remarks. Just want to thank our applicants for working so hard throughout our process here, going way back to November, and improving their applications, responding to the input from the advisory bodies and the SSC, and appreciate their working with us throughout this time period to build some work that I think really does help our council at its foundation. EFPs are so important to the work we do, and I'm really pleased with many of these EFPs that have gone on for some time, I think they've all come with iterative improvements as we've learned from their operations. I really look forward to the reports we receive on the progress of the work that's conducted under these EFPs, and I do feel it's iterative. And yes, I know we want to get to a point where these become more of a creature of regulation rather than EFP, but I really do feel like this process and the innovation that is brought through our EFP applications and the issuance of those EFP really advances our management and helps us find ways to provide opportunity while working within constraints. So I just want to thank the applicants. And on the California CowCod EFP, this will be new territory for us. We are really looking forward to working with our CPFE fleet on collecting biological samples of CowCod. That's been a serious deficiency in the CowCod assessments for years. To actually get some specimens from the actual fishery that right now must be returned. So we are really looking forward to a lot of new information in the CFP. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy, for those remarks. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also I want to thank the maker of the motion. I particularly want to thank Marcy and the department, our department in California, for her comments. And lastly, I want to thank the people that are doing these EFPs. On a few of them, they realize considerable gain from being involved in the EFPs. But in some of them, they really are making a sacrifice. They could probably be making more money doing something else. And even where it doesn't cost money, it certainly is a lot of work to make up the reports and such like that. So I want to once again, as Marcy did, thank the EFP participants and particularly looking forward to the results of the CowCod, the California EFP, where the passengers will not be realizing any gain. And there'll be some more work for the deckhands and captains to do this, but we realize that we have to do that so we can go further and understand what the structure and size of the CowCod population, ages, and such in the Southern California Bight. So I just wanted to have that call out. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis, for those comments. Asia Shamailo.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. And I plan to vote in support of this motion, but do want to take a moment to speak about the workload associated with EFPs. We have, and I'd like to thank very much Lynn Massey, our internal staff who does all of the Groundfish EFPs and has been managing them for the past year, and I think will continue to manage them in some respects in the upcoming years. The workload going into the EFP cycle is pretty predictable and manageable. There's, again, I've talked about the process before, but there's a publication of a Federal Register notice and accepting comments, and then a decision memo on our part internally documenting that we plan to approve the EFP, and then issuing the EFPs to the applicants. But after that happens, there's a lot of care and feeding that goes into managing the EFPs each and every year. And we do value the information that we get from them, but the expectation there is that the council will eventually move towards using the results of the EFP projects in some way. So I'd like to echo Maggie Summers' comments earlier. I'd really love to see some process, some defined process, and I think industry could benefit from this as well, but some defined process for eventually adopting the gear types that are tested or the approaches that are tested in the EFPs, so that they're immortalized in the fishery and that we don't have to continue the projects into the future. And I also would like the council to attend in some way to the level of effort that each EFP project the level of fishing effort that each EFT project attends to each fishing season. Some of them have a lot less participation, but have a really significant amount of effort on our part. And so I'll try to highlight that better in the future when the council is weighing decisions about which ones to recommend or forward on to recommending for NIMS to approve. And I'll stop there. But yeah, again, the main thing I'd like to echo is I'd really like to see some process for moving forward with these after the projects go on for a couple of years.
Okay, thank you. If after you've spoken, if you could remember to take your hand down, that would be appreciated, unless you want to speak again. Thank you. All right. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. And are there any abstentions? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Heather. Okay, we'll continue to move along, and I'll turn back to Heather for her third motion.
Okay, thank you, Chair Anderson. This next motion gets the ball rolling on council action that looks to adopt final 2021-22 season structures and management measures. And so, Sandra, if you could post WDFW motion number 4. And while Sandra's doing that, this motion looks at action item checklist number 3, numbers 5 through 10, and numbers 12 through 15.
Could you repeat those numbers, please?
Sure. This motion covers action item checklist number 3, numbers 5 through 10, and numbers 12 through 15.
Thanks, Heather. Please proceed.
Okay, and I'm looking at the motion that's on the screen, and it looks good. So again, these management measures have been, we've had quite a bit of discussion on them. They were adopted as PPM.
I would suggest go ahead and reading the motion first.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yep.
I move that the council adopt the following management measures as presented in agenda item F1A, supplemental GMT report number 2, appendix 2. Off the top deductions for research and incidental open access, and a monthly landing limit of 500 pounds of yellowtail rockfish in the salmon troll fishery north of 4010 north latitude, as long as salmon are included in the landing, but that does not include a salmon to yellowtail landing ratio. This is action item checklist number 3, addressing incidental open access and research. An ACT of 50 metric tons for cowcod south of 4010 north latitude. This is action item number 5. Harvest guidelines for species managed in a complex. Action item number 6. 2-year trawl, non-trawl allocations and 2-year canary rockfish allocation, which is action item number 7. Amendment 21, trawl, non-trawl allocations for Petrale sole, widow rockfish, lingcod south of 4010 north latitude, slope rockfish south of 4010 north latitude, including blackgill rockfish. This is action item number 8. And at sea whiting set-asides, action item number 9. Within non-trawl high risk guidelines, ACTs or shares for limited entry fixed gear open access and recreational sectors, which is action item number 10. And shore-based IFQ trip limits for big skate and blackgill rockfish, which are action items number 12. Limited entry fixed gear open access trip limits and removal of the flatfish gear restriction within the non-trawl RCA south of 42 degrees north latitude, and establishing a 50-pound per month short spine thorny head and 50-pound per month long spine thorny head trip limit north of 3427 north latitude, which is action item number 13, and management measures for recreational fisheries as recommended by WDFW and ODFW, and as they're presented in their reports under agenda item F1, supplemental WDFW report, and agenda item F1A, ODFW report. These are action items 14 and 15.
Thanks, Heather. And just once again, confirming the language on the screen accurately reflects your motion.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. And do I have a second? Seconded by Louis Zim. I'll go ahead and speak to your motion as needed. Heather?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Yes, these management measures have been analyzed and discussed by the GMT and the council pretty thoroughly. They all moved the preliminary preferred alternatives to final preferred alternatives. So I don't have a lot more to add to the discussion that we've had getting to this point.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Discussion on this motion. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Anderson. Thanks, Heather. A question first. Your bullet in the middle that starts A21, trawl, non-trawl allocations, etc. This is action item number 8. I believe the intent of this action is to convert the Amendment 21 trawl, non-trawl allocations of these stocks to 2-year allocations using the preliminary preferred alternative methods that have been provided in our reference materials. And I just wanted to, I guess, make sure that was your intent. And if so, if it is clear, if that is reflected in the motion, I would not want this to be interpreted as leaving those as Amendment 21 allocations when I think the outcome of this is intended to be to convert them to 2-year allocations.
Heather?
Thank you, Ms. Summer. Yes, you're correct, and I probably could have been more clear in my motion by including the word adjust the Amendment 21 allocations as it's written in the GMT's appendix number 2. So, and that was partly the reason that I referred to this appendix, because if there are questions about the details, I was hoping they would be reflected in here. So there's a lot more specificity in this attachment than what I've included in the motion.
So, hearing that conversation and the question and the response, my recommendation is that an amendment would be needed to clarify the intent of that element of the motion. Maggie, I'm going to stick with you here. Try to work through this particular issue, if I may. So, Maggie.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I'd like to propose an amendment.
Please proceed.
Strike A21. Add convert the in place of A21.
Maybe repeat that for Sandra, please.
Convert the. You can close, Sandra, the intent is to, yep, perfect. And convert the, that would be replacing Amendment 21. And then at the end of the original sentence, right before the parenthetical action item 8, add the word TO, and then it's going to be to 2-year allocations. Thank you, Sandra. After allocations, please add using PPA methods. Now, take the phrase to 2-year allocations using PPA methods, and the intent is, and I want those to go after including black gill rockfish. Yes. In fact, you have it now. Maybe
it's just we have the word rockfish in there several times, so yeah. When it says to rockfish in the quotations, we got to maybe make sure we're. Go ahead.
Yeah. So maybe I'll read again, starting from the beginning of my amendment. It should read: strike A21 and add convert the, and then instead of change rockfish action item 8, if you could delete that, change rockfish item action item 8 should be deleted. Yes. And also delete that word to. Correct. And right where your cursor is now, please add and add. Now, after the open quotation marks, delete the word rockfish. And at the very end of the sentence, remove the comma right before the quotations. I think that does it, and I will read through what I intend the amended bullet point to read. It should say, convert the trawl, non-trawl allocations for Petrale sole, widow rockfish, lingcod south of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude, slope rockfish south of 40 degrees, 10 minutes north latitude, including black gill rockfish, to 2-year allocations using PPA methods. Action item 8.
Okay, I believe Sandra has it accurately captured. Could you confirm that for me, Maggie?
I have one more addition. Sandra, in where you have and add, in between, no, oh, pardon me, the next and add. In between those words, right where your cursor is, please add after black gill rockfish. And now in the highlighted amendment, delete the parenthetical action item 8. And I think that should clean it up and do it.
Okay, that looks good to you, Maggie?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, and thank you, Sandra, for working your way through that. Do I have a second for the amendment? I have a second from Marcy Uremko. Go ahead and speak your amendment as needed. Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The intent is just to clarify what the purpose and expected outcome of this change to these trawl, non-trawl allocations is. And it would, as we have identified and analyzed and selected as our PPA, it would be to take these out of the Amendment 21 allocation framework and make them 2-year allocations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the amendment? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I see that, it looks to me like you might want to delete just the Amendment 21 allocations. Or
it is.
Okay, sure. But seeing that, I see the intent of the GMT where they did want to have a 2-year allocation for those species, except for petrale sole. That's explicit. Not that it's a big deal. It's a trawl dominant species, but I'm just kind of curious if that was Maggie's intent, consistent with the GMT's recommendation.
Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intent is to be consistent with the GMT recommendation.
Okay. Further discussion? John DeVore.
Yeah, I just a clarifying question on the intent here. So is the intent to keep the petrale, just change the Amendment 21 allocation for petrale sole, keep that in the FMP, but the other allocations come out of the FMP, become biennial, and are reconsidered every 2 years? Is that the intent?
Maggie. Go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was waiting for my phone to ring from a friend. The intent is to make all of these 2-year allocations that would be part of the package reconsidered during every biennial specifications and management measures process.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Okay, we'll call for the question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, no. And abstentions. Motion carries unanimously. We are back to the main motion, and I believe Marcy was next. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much like to support this motion. There is a lot here. You've heard about an awful lot of these topics in great depth since November, so I won't spend long on any of them. But I do want to comment just first starting on these A21 trawl and non-trawl allocations that are now being converted to 2-year allocations. I really support that that change. And we've worked hard on each of these species throughout the process and thought long and hard about what will offer us flexibility into the future in terms of sharing these fish across sectors. And what we've found is that the A21 allocation scheme, hardwires things in a way that makes it very difficult to provide flexibility for certain sectors under certain circumstances. So want to really appreciate and acknowledge the work of the GAP in their discussions on this topic, thinking back particularly to lingcod. We have had some difficulty in the non-trawl sector living within the means there over the past biennium, where we've approached the recreational share of that non-trawl allocation. So then we had Patrick go back and kind of do some analyses, and he was the one to offer that sweet spot of shifting 5% of the allocation from the trawl sector to the non-trawl. Again, I really appreciate the GAP's advice and thoughtfulness in their discussions on this topic and their willingness to work together and help everybody out when there's fish that are available to be shared. Similarly with blackgill, we had a lot of discussion going back all the way to the proposal to actually pull blackgill out of the minor slope complex and issue IFQ shares. Again, we had some great dialogue in the GAP about how to manage this stock, and through those discussions concluded that the best thing moving forward was to have this on a 2-year biennial allocation decision between trawl and non-trawl that would allow our trawl fishery to continue to manage blackgill within the minor slope complex, but also again provided some relief to the non-trawl sector and their ability to better utilize blackgill in their directed fishery. So I really want to highlight some great work that has gone on there in the GAP and behind the scenes and with our analysts to bring us to this recommendation. Want to talk about sablefish a little bit here. We support increasing the northern ACL based on the current 5-year average of the bottom trawl survey biomass estimates. However, we are hopeful that new information will come to light that might provide a better methodology on apportioning the ACL in the future. So I think we're in a good place for this biennium with that issue, but again, appreciate the fact that there's flexibility in that arrangement looking forward. Let's see, moving on to canary and yellow eye. This is the issue of combining the commercial shares of canary and yellow eye in the non-trawl pots of fish so that we can make the pot bigger and have it cover multiple fishery sectors. This aids in reducing management complexity and kind of aids us in not having so many tiny little pots of fish that each nearshore and non-nearshore sector has to track and be held to in management. So this is a great place where we've increased flexibility for the non-trawl fisheries. Want to talk about the trip limit adjustments a little bit. We've heard a lot about that as well, and really acknowledge the hard work of the GMT in taking a close look at the trip limit structures and how to better define trip limits both north and south of 4010 so that we provide people line items in those trip limit tables that allow for better utilization of these healthy resources, and also helps folks on the water with providing them some additional opportunities with higher trip limits and better kind of definitions of trip limits or species compositions within those trip limits. So we expect some pretty large economic benefits for these trip limit increases that have been documented in our materials. So that's, I think that is a major accomplishment in this package, and I couldn't be more supportive of this. It's long overdue. So many of those trip limits have been stagnant for decades, and really want to highlight this as a huge accomplishment this cycle. Also want to talk about a couple commercial, California commercial specific things that are also included in this large list of changes. In California, south of 4010, we have had a closure of commercial fisheries in March and April, or period 2, going back to the early 2000s. That closure was put in place when we were really up against a wall with some of our nearshore stocks and needed to make some difficult choices about how to maximize opportunities and economics and efficiencies, and decisions were made that we needed to have commercial seasonal closures of those nearshore rockfish and at the time shelf rockfish too, in order to make sure that we didn't have trip limits that were so low that it wasn't worth going. So now we're in a better place today, and we are very happy to finally be removing this period 2 closure, along with some increases to our nearshore trip limits. There's also a long-standing flatfish gear restriction that we've had in effect in the regs and in the area south of 42 that required use of a certain number of hooks within the RCA to target flatfish. So this is a cleanup measure that should provide some more flexibility for folks targeting those flatfish with hook and line gear in the RCA. So that's been something on our cleanup list for a long time. So we're happy to finally be able to accomplish that. Let's see. I think that summarizes where we're at. And again, I couldn't be more pleased with the recommendations in this motion and the work that's gone on to get us to this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy, for those comments and accolades for folks that worked on this package. I think all of your colleagues around the table agree with that. Thank you. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Marcy, for discussing these items and clearing these items up. And I want to particularly thank you for the March-April closure, pointing out that we no longer need that. That was brought to me back early in the year, and actually at the end of last year. And I expressed doubt about the flexibility of the process to accommodate that, and I was proven wrong, and I appreciate it, and I really appreciate California's support on that. And then also on the flatfish gear restriction, 12 hooks. People in the gap may remember that I did not favor increasing the 12 hooks because I was afraid that it would turn into some sort of targeting and also in rockfish grounds, in RCAs, and that we would have too much bycatch. But now with the changed pictures, I think the more flexibility is warranted, and we have a couple folks out of San Diego that are exploring that fishery and doing quite well. And this will allow them to really bring it online. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Louis. Further discussion on this motion? I don't see any, so thanks very much. Thanks, Heather, for bringing the motion forward. So we have the motion as amended in front of us. We'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions. Okay, the motion as amended carries unanimously. Let me just go back and double check with Heather. I believe that is the first three of your four motions, and we're going to hold off on the fourth motion dealing with short belly until a little bit later. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. That's correct.
Okay. So next up, let's turn to Joe Oatman. And action item number 4 is the treaty off the top deductions. Joe, if you're ready, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I am ready, and I believe we have submitted that motion to Sandra. Hope you get that put on the screen. Thank you. So as the Chair noted, this deals with the action item checklist number 4, measures as it relates to the treaty fisheries, dealing with the treaty off the top reductions. So I move the council adopt the preliminary preferred alternative from the April 2020 council meeting as final preferred alternative for treaty set-asides, harvest guidelines, and allocations. These set-asides, harvest guidelines, and allocations are consistent with the G6A Supplemental Travel Report 1 from April 2020.
Thank you, Joe. And just confirm the language on the screen is accurate.
It is, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Joe. Do I have a second for this motion? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Go ahead and speak to your motion as needed, Joe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So these set-asides, allocations, and harvest guidelines within this proposal meet the current needs of the coastal treaty tribes. These set-asides and allocations have been analyzed since November and have been recommended for adoption by both the GMT and the GAP. In November, the tribes notified the council of their current needs within the groundfish fisheries. There have been no further adjustments to set-asides and allocations as they are set forth here. The tribes have requested status quo set-asides, or otherwise same valued as 2019 and 2020 for all species except for petrale sole, long-nosed skate, yellow-eyed rockfish, and Washington Amazon kelp freedman. So that concludes my additional comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Joe. Discussion on Joe's motion. All right, Joe, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and call for the question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? This motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you.
So next up, we'll go to Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Sandra, the ODFW motion when you're ready, please. This will be on the non-trawl RCA. Perfect. Thank you, Sandra. I move the council adopt the following change to the commercial non-trawl rockfish conservation area between 40 degrees 10 minutes north latitude and 46 degrees 16 minutes north latitude, the Oregon-Washington border. Between the 30 fathom and 40 fathom management lines, allow fishing with hook and line gear except bottom long line and dingle bar as defined in federal regulation at 50 CFR 660.11 general definitions.
Thank you, Maggie, and confirm the language on the screen accurately reflects your motion.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second for this motion? Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Speak your motion as needed, Maggie.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. The proposal that we had in our materials for consideration was reopening the area between 30 and 40 fathoms by moving the shoreward boundary of the non-trawl RCA out to 40 fathoms for the area between 4010 and the Oregon-Washington border. And the objective of this proposal was to provide vessels greater access to healthy and underutilized midwater rockfish stocks and lingcod. As we talked a little bit earlier about higher trip limits for stocks, and in this case, such as yellowtail, widow, canary, as well as lingcod, can provide some very welcome opportunity for our non-trawl sector. But access to portions of the non-trawl RCA is needed to really take advantage of the increased trip limits for these stocks. The non-trawl RCA was closed in this area to help prevent bycatch of yellow eye rockfish after it was found to be overfished in the early 2000s. And with the progress that's been made in rebuilding the yellow eye stock and the concomitant increase in the yellow eye annual catch limit, the non-trawl RCA restrictions can be eased. This is somewhat similar to this approach to the cautious relaxation of the recreational seasonal depth restriction off Oregon in recent years, where we have been able to provide some stepwise increases to recreational fishing opportunity areas with a little bit more room for yellow eye impacts. I am proposing that we restrict access by the commercial non-trawl fishery in this area between 30 and 40 fathoms at this time to hook and line gear only. This area has been closed to commercial fishing with non-trawl gear for approximately 15 years. And as noted in our discussion under F1 the other day, all environmental impacts of any action we take, including the potential habitat impacts of reopening areas that have been closed, regardless of the purpose for which they were closed, must first be analyzed. The non-trawl area management item that the Council has identified as a priority is the process in which we expect to see a full and holistic analysis of the impacts of potential changes to RCA boundaries and gear restrictions on habitats and other factors. We expect there to have an opportunity to look at the distribution of habitats and habitat-forming invertebrates within the area proposed for reopening within the full non-trawl RCA area. Take a look at the historic, present, and projected future fishing effort by gear type, et cetera, and hopefully reach some determination on whether there are areas we would want to consider for protecting habitats from non-trawl gear impacts, and where can be opened to restore opportunity and the benefits offered by availability of healthy, abundant stocks and the progress in rebuilding yellow eye. This proposal recognizes that although we haven't done that yet, and I anticipate that we will have some discussions of moving forward with the non-trawl area management item tomorrow under our workload planning item, I was looking for a way to take a partial step forward in that direction that can offer some benefit sooner than I think we will get through that separate non-trawl area management analysis. Within the area between 30 and 40 fathoms, between the 4010 line and the Oregon-California border, there's a mix of soft and hard habitats, a mix of relief types, distribution of some nearshore rocky reefs, potentially some sensitive habitat types. And it is very important to the state of Oregon and to all of our fisheries and fishery participants, I know, to maintain healthy and productive habitats to support our groundfish stocks, other species, and ecosystem function, and provide for resiliency in a changing climate future. As I noted, the area between 30 and 40 fathoms, although we have made some adjustments to non-trawl RCAs over the years since they were first implemented, this area between 30 and 40 fathoms has been closed to commercial fishing with non-trawl gears for approximately 15 years. It is important to note that it is not a pristine zone that hasn't been affected by fishing gears. It has been open to recreational fishing, to commercial groundfish and shrimp trawling, Dungeness crab pot fishing, salmon trolling, squid seining, etc. The GMT in their supplemental report 4 under F1 indicated that we can expect mostly hook and line, including potentially some long line effort in an area reopened. And they provided us some information on, a little bit of information on past use of long line and hook and line in their supplemental report 4. They also provide a qualitative discussion of fishing gears and identified bottom long line and dingle bar gear as ones that may have higher habitat impacts because of how they interact with the seabed than hook and line does. They point us to the definition in our groundfish FMP of bottom long line gear, which is in contact with the seafloor or has parts in contact with the seafloor, including anchors or weights, hooks, and a main line, and which during retrieval can sweep laterally several meters and overturn or undercut emergent organisms such as corals and sponges. So it seems to me that bottom long line is a gear type with potentially higher habitat impacts that I think it is important that we have a more thorough opportunity to consider. Dingle bar gear, and the term may not be familiar to all listeners, means one or more lines retrieved and set with a troll girdie or hand troll girdie with a terminally attached weight from which one or more leaders with one or more lures or baited hooks are pulled through the water while a vessel is making way. It's from the federal definition that I referenced in the motion, and essentially it is a relatively heavy weight, potentially 30 to 75 pounds, dragged along the bottom with trailing hooks or lures above that. So again, because of the amount and type of bottom contact from this gear and its potential impact on benthic invertebrates, I am limiting or I am including it in the gear types that will not be allowed under this action as part of the 2021 management measures. I want to be clear that I am not presupposing that these gears necessarily have adverse impacts on habitats, just that we have not yet had the opportunity to go through that analysis and to reach a complete understanding of it. And so, again, I am just recognizing that there will be a separate process, the non-trawl RCA area management process, where we will go through a more full analysis of potential impacts. So the expected outcome of reopening this area between 30 and 40 fathoms to hook and line gears, except for bottom long line and dingle bar gear, would be a modest increase in the attainment of target stocks. It would be possibly spreading out effort over a larger area, reducing concentrated pressure on more nearshore reefs. This could potentially reduce user conflict, as well as species removals from smaller areas. The effort increases in the area reopened to hook and line fishing are expected to be relatively low. They could include some vessels with Oregon state-issued nearshore permits off of Oregon, and some without, both in the federal open access category. I want to note that vessel monitoring systems are required for all vessels fishing groundfish fishing groundfish in federal waters, and this action would not change that. Off of the Oregon coast, the federal waters line begins between the 30 and 40 management lines, or in that area off much of our coast. So VMS would be required again for any vessel fishing in federal waters. And since it would be a new cost for some of the small vessels that normally fish groundfish only in state waters, that could be one factor that may lead them to choose not to expand out to the 40 fathom line, and could potentially limit the effort expansion at this time. To come back around to the original intent of the Rockfish Conservation Area to protect specifically yellow eye in this area, there are projections that yellow eye rockfish mortality for all of the commercial non-trawl reopenings that were considered as part of the 21-22 management measures process together. I don't have them broken out only for this portion of it, but I can say that the information that the GMT provided us was that expected yellow eye impacts for all of the proposed non-trawl RCA changes would be approximately 4.5 to 5 metric tons, which is approximately 3 metric tons less than the non-trawl harvest guideline. So this is not expected to risk reaching the non-trawl harvest guideline. And then finally, I will also note that the revision of the gear declaration codes for VMS appears to need to be changed to accommodate the action proposed in this motion and the gear specificity of it. And I would request that the National Marine Fisheries Service, working with enforcement advisors, make that change as appropriate. That concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Maggie, for those remarks. I just had one minor question. Does this fit under the action item 2 category of area management? I didn't see this particular one called out on our checklist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one does fall into action item 2, and as the history on this item, this was one of the changes proposed for an in-season and recommended by the council for consideration by the National Marine Fisheries Service as an in-season action at our April meeting.
Okay.
And the National Marine Fisheries Service provided us some information on why they were unable to move this forward as an in-season or move forward any changes to the non-trawl RCAs as an in-season action. And I believe that's why this proposal to adjust the non-trawl RCA between 30 and 40 north of 4010 up to the Oregon-Washington border was instead moved to the 21-22 management measures package for consideration.
Gotcha, thanks. Discussion on this motion? Not seeing any. Very thorough description of the motion and rationale provided by Maggie. Thank you. We'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Maggie. So we'll move a little further to the south, and I'll turn to Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to also thank Maggie for teeing this up so well. She gave such a very detailed and comprehensive explanation of the changes proposed for north of 4010. So I'm the fortunate beneficiary of that dialogue. I appreciate the concerns that she identified and the thinking that went into developing their motion and the rationale for that area. I guess I would just open by saying that for the area south of 4010, Maggie described that their pathway forward here was to take a partial step forward with the gear constraints that they've proposed for north of 4010. And California likewise would propose to take a partial step forward here, but with a little different philosophy on which step we take here today. So with that, Sandra, I would offer CDFW motion 1. And this pertains to the Southern RCAs, if I think that's the title of it. Doesn't say motion 1, but there we go. Thank you. I move the council adopt the final preferred alternative for minor line adjustments to Rockfish Conservation Area boundaries for waters south of 4010 North Latitude, consistent with all recommendations in agenda item H8A, supplemental CDFW report 1 from November of 2019. First, RCA coordinate updates, which is described in action item 2 on our checklist. Number 1, the RCA waypoint additions to the 40 fathom line off Central California. And number 2, RCA waypoint additions and corrections to the 100 fathom line south of Point Conception. And particularly on that item 2, we need that for the remainder of the motion. So moving to recreational minor line adjustments, these are described in action item 2 under area management and also listed under action item 16 for California recreational. Item 1, the Mendocino Groundfish Management Area, which is Cape Mendocino to Point Arena. Increase the allowable depth during the open season, which is May through October, from 20 to 30 fathoms. Number 2, San Francisco Groundfish Management Area, which is Point Arena to Pigeon Point. Increase allowable depth during the open season, which is April through December, from 40 to 50 fathoms. And in the Southern Groundfish Management Area, which is Point Conception to the U.S.-Mexico border, increase the allowable depth during the open season, which is March through December, from 75 to 100 fathoms. Then for commercial non-trawl fisheries, which is described in action item 2 under area management. First, implement a new management line at 38 degrees 57.5 north latitude, which is Point Arena, for purposes of defining RCA boundaries. 2, in the area between Point Arena to Point Conception, increase the depth of the shoreward RCA boundary from 40 to 50 fathoms. Note, the shoreward RCA depth between 4010 and Point Arena would remain unchanged at 40 fathoms. From Point Conception to the U.S.-Mexico border, increase the depth of the shoreward RCA boundary from 75 fathoms to 100 fathoms.
Thank you, Marcy. And just double checking that the language on our screen here is accurate.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Looking for a second, seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Go ahead and speak to your motion as needed, Marcy.
Okay, thank you. Just a few overarching remarks on rationale. These recommendations are consistent with the GMT's findings in Supplemental GMT Report 4, which we've talked about a fair amount this meeting. They're in line with meeting the national standards to achieve the harvest specifications while not overfishing, and take into account the benefits to fishing communities and provide the greatest overall benefit by allowing increased access to underutilized and underattained stocks, particularly shelf rockfish in this case. Looking at the items individually, I'll start with recreational. We'll go in order. The move in the Mendocino groundfish management area for recreational from 20 to 30 fathoms. This area has been the most constrained, remains the most constrained, and will remain the most constrained looking forward due to historically high yellow eye impacts in this area, both by the commercial fisheries and the recreational fisheries. We have loosened the belt on yellow eye, not on yellow eye, but by allowing increased access to open waters in most areas of California. But this particular area around Fort Bragg has historically been our yellow eye hotspot. So we have been very, very cautious about taking incremental steps in this area. They do have a longer season length now than they've had in years past, but this is a big change. I think we've had the 20 fathom depth constraint in this area, gosh, since the early 2000s, I believe. And so they have been kind of living under this this difficult situation in the recreational fishery of being held to 20 fathoms for a long time. And it's a long time coming that this area do a little catch up here out to 30 fathoms. Notably, the commercial fisheries in this area are already out to 40 fathoms. So this increase for the recreational fishery takes a step that direction. Because of the fact that we have other fisheries operating in this depth zone, I would note that this is not an area that we would consider pristine. The GMT report 4 goes into a pretty detailed analysis of other activities in this area, this particular depth zone from 20 to 30 fathoms. And for this recreational fishery, this is kind of just a long time coming. We think the increase will provide opportunity with little risk of exceeding the yellow eye limits. It kind of follows in the pathway of the increase we offered in the northern area a few years back up in the Eureka area. We did see increases when we did that in yellow eye impacts. We definitely saw a distinct difference moving to deeper water. And we expect we'll see that here again as well. But we do have some room in our California yellow eye harvest guidelines to be able to accommodate a little increase in the impacts that is expected to come with this move. Again, this is also a little bit about equity in the sense that we already have commercial non-trawl fisheries already operating out to 40 fathoms in this area. And similarly, I mentioned the northern recreational fishery is out at 30 fathoms already, and then further to the south, when you get to the San Francisco area, those depths are already deeper as well. So looking forward to finally giving the Fort Bragg recreational fishery a little more opportunity here. Also, one other notable thing that would occur with this change to move the line to 30 fathoms. This will be the last place in our regulations where we had been operating under a 20 fathom depth constraint. We've kind of incrementally removed those constraints as we've loosened the belt over the years in various parts of California. And we were operating with a different definition for this RCA line when it was a 20 fathom line. We did not establish waypoints for the 20 fathom line, but rather anglers were left to using a general contour line without any clear definition of a waypoint or anything else to make very clear whether they were inside or outside of that line. So we're eager to move away from the use of the 20 fathom general contour line and implement the use of waypoints in this area by establishing the regulation for the 30 fathom line. So that's a key advancement in the recommended change here. And then that would get rid of the use of that 20 fathom general contour definition that we've kind of been living under for decades, and has kind of been sort of a thorn in everyone's side, both for the public and for enforcement in terms of, a bright line test about whether you're fishing in legal depths or not. Okay, so moving to recreational number 2, the San Francisco Groundfish Management Area proposed to increase the allowable depth from 40 to 50 fathoms. Again, we feel like there's room in the yellow eye harvest guideline to allow for this. The areas further to the south for recreational fisheries down in the Morro Bay area and Monterey are already out at 50 fathoms. So this one area here adjoins or is adjacent to that area. So this would allow for an extension out to 50 where that central area already is. There are other fisheries that operate out at this depth in the San Francisco area. The band between 40 to 50 fathoms, the GMT Report 4 describes a number of fisheries that operate in these allowable depths. And some of these fisheries are, I guess I would describe them as not low impact when it comes to habitat. Specifically, we have open access bottom trawl fisheries in this area that are open out to 100 fathoms, specifically the California halibut trawl fishery, the California sea cucumber fishery, the ridgeback trawl fishery, and the pink shrimp fisheries are all able to operate in this area and do operate in this area. And they are using bottom trawl gear in their activities. Similarly, we have trap fisheries that occur in this area. Dungeness crab, probably some rock crab. And then we also have, well, I'll get into some of the other fisheries later. So this area is, I'm going to say, relatively heavily used. Moving further south to number 3, the Southern Groundfish Management Area, increasing the allowable depth during the open season from 75 to 100 fathoms. We are fortunately entering the era of having cowcod being rebuilt, and that is a major advancement for Southern area fishery management. So increasing the depth from 75 to 100 fathoms is not expected to have undue consequences on our impacts to cow cod or to yellow eye, acknowledging the 50 metric ton ACT and the sharing of that ACT between commercial, trawl and non-trawl sectors and recreational sector. So there's room in the cow cod sharing arrangement for some additional impacts to cow cod in the southern area. Looking at fisheries that occur out in the waters between 75 and 100 fathoms in Southern California, you have a robust spot prawn trap fishery. I described the open access bottom trawl fisheries. This is the kind of the heart of their operations for ridgeback and California halibut trawl. We also have hagfish trapping that goes on out in this depth range. Fairly significant fishery for hagfish. And we also have some box crab experimental fisheries going on as well. So in the south, we also have a lot of people. We have a lot of folks interested in having additional access to the southern area there between 75 and 100 fathoms. Want to acknowledge some testimony that we heard yesterday under public comment on these recreational line changes. We heard from Merritt McCrae, who described the need of the recreational CPFV fisheries to better distribute the fishing effort into other areas, that opening up out to 100 would allow the fleet to disperse itself better, and that there's unanimous support for that move on the part of the CPFV fleet. We also heard from Gary Richter, who commented to us that this was that the move from 75 to 100, he was commenting mostly on commercial fisheries, but that that was something that was amenable to the fishery sectors, but also was not likely to pose significant habitat concerns, given the testimony also that we, based on his discussions with Tom Rudolph that have transpired over the past few weeks. I want to acknowledge what we heard from Tom in his testimony. While he indicated he wasn't ready to say if the supplemental GMT analysis in report 4 was good enough, and that it raises many important questions and some that haven't been answered yet, that his concerns were especially centered on the seaward RCA line proposals that were brought forward in the in-season action. So I want to reiterate and make incredibly clear that the RCA proposals in this motion pertain only to shoreward line changes. We're talking about the nearshore areas that are already largely utilized by other fisheries, including existing commercial groundfish fisheries and existing recreational groundfish fisheries. So then quickly just moving to the commercial, much of the discussion pertains to what I've already covered in the recreational overview. Moving the RCA boundary from 40 to 50 fathoms between Point Arena to Point Conception. This would create equity between the commercial and the recreational groundfish fishery fleets. They'd all be in the same swath of water. Would offer a modest increase in access to these fisheries. Again, into areas that are already utilized by other fisheries. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marcy, for those remarks on your motion. Go ahead and entertain any discussion. Turn to Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Urenco. As some of you may know, the Southern California interests have been very engaged in this, as well, of course, the other interests up the coast. And I want to particularly thank the Department of Fish and Wildlife California for their beyond the call of duty and most likely beyond the call of overtime to work this all out. It's been quite a campaign, and I think that we've all reached the proper place for us to be at this time with incremental loosening of restrictions of moving lines. And I also want to say that I'm glad that we passed the RCAs, because the CalCod RCA will inform us whether we're making made the right decision. And also, I want to note that even though we're being open to deeper waters, in all the recreational areas, there are seasonal restrictions, more draconian to the north, but still seasonal restrictions that do keep a handle on this fishery. So I'm looking forward to more information in the future, and perhaps we can loosen up some more of these seasonal restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Further discussion on this motion? Todd Phillips.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one clarifying question for Mr. Remco. To make sure that I understand correctly, that in your motion you have no intent for gear restrictions. That was my question. Thank you.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Todd. I probably should have been more explicit in my overview, but yes, south of 4010, we've taken a very different approach to the step forward that we're looking for in this specifications package. We are not seeking any gear restrictions in these adjustments to the RCA lines proposed here. But notably, these proposals differ substantially from what we brought forward under the in-season actions in April. We have eliminated the recommendations to modify the seaward RCA boundaries for commercial fisheries south of 4010. That was of primary interest to our commercial constituencies in order to attain some access in that area between 125 and 100 fathoms, and then south of Conception in that water between 150 and 100 fathoms. And I feel at this time that we do not have analysis that is adequate to address the habitat impacts that, based on what's right in front of me. Doesn't mean we can't work on that into the future, but I feel that the analysis is more robust on those shoreward lines. And so the step that California is proposing to take for areas south of 4010 is to seek only those shoreward RCA adjustments at this time, and then we'll leave discussion on the seaward lines for another day. So essentially, we looked at, I don't want to call it a trade, but a different approach to our proposals for RCA adjustments that does not involve examining using only a subset of gears. And that was a consensus recommendation that was loud and clear in our California delegation. We heard concerns from Gary yesterday about the declarations and the limited entry fixed gear difficulties that they would be kind of put in a situation to have to use open access gear and fish under open access limits. And I had some dialogue with Captain Puccinelli about some concerns that we didn't have time to thoroughly vet about how we'd work through that in short order. And then again, loud and clear from our constituents up and down the state that they did not want to attempt to parse out only hook and line gears at this time. So I guess I describe it as, you know, we're going for the all or nothing with the gears. But the recommendations we are making in terms of adjustments are quite modest and scaled back considerably from where we came under the April in-season action proposal.
Okay, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a few comments on this, and I really appreciate Marcy's good work on this motion. And in a larger picture, I really appreciate the fact that we're finally making moves to get our fishermen back to work and expand the amount they can take as well as the areas they can fish in. And it's been a long time coming, and I'm really appreciative of this heavy lift that the council's undertaken on this. And I hope it pays big dividends to our commercial and recreational fleets that have been out of these areas for many, many years, and offers a measured way to get back in there and illustrate that it's okay to do so. I do appreciate that a lot. We heard through this whole council meeting a lot of discussion about accountability, about EM, about monitoring and all that. And this particular focus has been on habitat. But the reason the area, and we've heard this in comment too, the reason the area was closed to begin with, that wasn't habitat, it was the actual fish and the impacts on fish. And I think we need to keep our eye on that ball as well. And I'm pleased with all of the support in report 4 that describes how we will be keeping the eye on that ball. But I would point out that on page 19 of the report, GMT report 4, the second paragraph, it points out that actually the commercial non-trawl sector does not have real-time bycatch monitoring. And that shocked me that they were actually rated below the accountability measures that are taken in the recreational sector. And I was, it took me aback because I didn't think that was the case. So I asked some questions of members of the GMT and such on this, and I found out that they don't have logbooks in that sector. And it would seem to me, while I'm not, that we should consider that in the future. Doesn't need to be a condition at this point in my mind, but I would hope we would move in that direction to get the information of the impacts on the stocks as we start moving into those areas, particularly in the south, and understand the impacts on the stocks, and understand what kind of when we move into areas where we've been prohibited from being, that we're doing our due diligence that way. And I'm confident with all of the evidence there, with all of the justifications in the report of how that's going to take care of and how we have enough buffers in place. But I think we need to, patch deficiencies where we can, and I think that might be an easy lift. I'm not trying to, impose unreasonable burdens on sectors or anything like that. But that was a shock to me. I also heard reports from some members of the industry as well as members of the GAP that said that the observer coverage in that particular sector was down because of various reasons and was nowhere near 20%. Now, I know that's anecdotal, but I would hope we would look into that and try to get more information on this so that we can understand and actually better take some of the uncertainty out of this so that we can be more permissive and let people into where these fish live, not as a restriction, but as a justification and evidence that is that of the impacts of this change. So I'm not looking for something an adjustment here. I'm just making a comment, and I really do appreciate all the work, and I'm excited about seeing our fishermen get back to work. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion on the motion that we have in front of us? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. And abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. I believe we have one more motion to go before we'll take a break here, and I'll turn back to Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll call on Sandra. Thank you, thank you. All right. I move the council adopt California recreational management measures and season structures as described in agenda item G6A supplemental CDFW report 2, April 2020. So this includes all the non-RCA items in action item 16 for California recreational. So specifically those are the same season structures as in 2019 and 2020, and the following modifications to the 10 fish, rockfish, cabezon, greenling aggregate bag limit. 1, eliminate the sub-bag limits for cabezon, black rockfish, and canary rockfish. And 2, establish a sub-bag limit for vermilion rockfish at 5 fish.
Thank you, Marcy, and language accurately reflects your motion.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, and do we have a second? Seconded by Louis Zim. Go ahead, Marcy. Speak to your motion.
All right. We are very pleased to eliminate the sub-bag limits on cabezon. This healthy stock offers an increased harvest specification that provides lots of room for increased recreational harvest of cabezon. So eliminating this sub-bag limit is something that'll bring about a simplification to the regulations. Our catches are well within the allowable limits for cabezon. So we're confident we can remove this sublimit. For black and canary rockfish, these are two that over the years we've had to have lower sub-bag limits because we were constrained by our harvest limits, and our catches were difficult to keep within limits without having a fairly restrictive bag limit. Over more recent times, our catches have stayed within those sharing arrangements, and we are now able to eliminate both sublimits for black and canary rockfish, which again will streamline and simplify the regulations. For canary, this has been pretty long time coming. We started, I think only maybe 4 years ago with a 1 fish sub bag limit, and been very cautious about that and wasn't entirely sure how the fishery would respond. And then we incrementally increased it to 2 and then 3 fish. And now it appears that our catches are staying within our canary recreational share. So we're excited to offer some more flexibility in our bag limit by not imposing a sub limit. Similarly for black, I think we're down as low as a 2 fish sub limit, I think, and have been able to incrementally increase the bag limit, and now finally able to repeal it altogether. But in getting rid of these sub limits, I'll note that doesn't change our interest in our catch tracking, and that we will continue to monitor our performance of these fisheries in our recreational monitoring programs. And we do have an ability to adjust bag limits if we need to on an in-season basis. But we're pretty confident that we will do just fine without sublimits on these species. Little bit on vermilion. We've had quite a bit of discussion around the table on this, beginning at our March council meeting, and then our evening session in our delegation, where we held kind of a special hearing for proposed specs items. We are exceeding the OFL contribution of vermilion to the minor shelf complex. It's primarily catch that is occurring in our recreational fishery. So we know we need to have our management respond to this overage. However, and most importantly, we are looking forward to the upcoming vermilion stock assessment that the council prioritized yesterday. That is hugely important. I guess we did that. That's a hugely important stock assessment, California, and we are hopeful that this vermilion sub-bag limit of 5 fish is a short-term measure, and that with a new stock assessment, where all indications are that the stock is healthy and growing, that we will have a new set of specifications to work with in the next biennium, and that we can hopefully not have this sublimit after this current biennium. So there's a need for this action now, but we're hoping it's a short-term thing.
Great, thanks, thanks, Marcy. Mark Grelnick.
Not sure why my hand was raised. I probably failed to lower it after trying to second, so I will pass the opportunity.
Thanks. Any further discussion on this motion? Louis Zim.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was hoping that Mark would take this duty, but once again, our fleet and the people that I've talked to down in Southern California here do support this motion. I am going to take some heat on the 5 vermilion situation, but I cannot see any way out of it. The department has worked very closely with us to explain the needs and the reasons for this move to the 5 fish limit. And I also want to point out that their allowance of us out to 100 fathoms, our intent is going to be to search for other rockfish species that we can use to maybe substitute for some of those 5 vermilion. So I want to thank the department for this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Any other discussion on this motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. I want to first just go back and check in with Todd here, understanding that we still have some business to do relative to short belly. I just wanted to check in with you to see if there are other outstanding actions related to our action item list that we need to be prepared to address when we return from our break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going through the action item checklist and correlating that with the motions made, at this point, I would say that we are all covered up until, as you note, the short belly rockfish discussion that would happen. I'll be triple checking during the break and be prepared to respond to if there are any deficiencies at that time.
Okay, thank you. There was a request for an extended break here this morning. I'm going to first ask if 45 minutes would be sufficient, and I don't know who I'm asking that of. But if someone thinks that something longer than 45 minutes is needed, now is your time to voice that perspective. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I think we were hoping to have an hour. I know the 15 minutes is not a huge difference, but I think if we could have an hour, that would be really helpful.
Okay, then that's what we'll do. And we'll take a break here and we'll return and reconvene at 11 o'clock. And we'll resume our council action under F1 upon our return. So we'll stand in recess here until 11 o'clock. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. This is Phil Anderson again. We'll reconvene our council meeting here on Thursday, June 18th at 11:15. This morning, we have been working our way through our action items under our agenda item F1, which is our final action on management measures and EFPs for the 2021-22 calendar years. And we had been working off of or tracking our work on agenda item F1 attachment 9, which is our action item checklist. And we had worked our way through all of the items that are contained in that attachment, with the exception of our action relative to short-bellied rockfish. And so we are ready to take that item up. And let me first, before I open the floor for any discussion that my colleagues may want to have, let me just first check with Chuck Tracy and then with Todd Phillips to see if I've accurately characterized where we are on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe you are correct. I don't have any further comments.
Okay. Thank you. So I will go ahead and just open the floor up for any. I know there's been a lot of discussion about short-belly rockfish and what the appropriate steps are here in terms of putting certain management parameters in place for this important forage fish species. So I will open up the floor for any initial comments that my colleagues may have. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Anderson. I'll break the ice with an easy intro, which is just you referred to all of the conversations that have been going on about short belly, all of the input and engagement we've had, and I just wanted to recognize that has had an extra layer of complication because of the remote and nature of this meeting, and I really appreciate all of the engagement and participation and conversation that has helped all of us become well informed about this item and given us a lot of food for thought as we hear each other. So just wanted to start off by really recognizing and appreciating that.
Thanks, Maggie, and I would echo that. I know conducting our meetings in this virtual mode takes away our opportunity, or it makes it more difficult for sure to have those sidebar conversations and better understand where folks are coming from on different agenda items. And I know there's been a lot of effort made by my colleagues around the table to have those conversations, even though we are conducting our meeting in this manner. Let me now call on Tom Sinclair from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. You'll need to unmute yourself. I'm showing your mic as being muted. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I'm Tom Sinclair with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The service appreciates the comments and discussion related to short-bellied rockfish, and we're encouraged by the current trends and population status. We also appreciate the extensive efforts of the GAP and the GMT at this meeting. Short-bellied rockfish provide critical forage for Chinook salmon that continue to decline in abundance, and seabirds whose populations mirror the abundance and scarcity of short-bellied rockfish. I think we can all agree that the recent trends in abundance in short-bellied rockfish will not continue in perpetuity will fluctuate significantly due to ocean conditions. When this occurs, we don't want to add an additional layer to council deliberations before meaningful action can be taken. That is our fear if short-bellied rockfish are moved outside of the fishery. It seems much more reasonable to simply increase the ACL to a much higher level of 3,000 metric tons, one which industry has never come close to exceeding, to account for the current increased interactions that we're confident will occur, versus removing management right before we know there will be more interactions. Our intent is not to constrain or curtail fisheries, but since it is such an important forage species, especially the juvenile short-bellied rockfish, we would like to see assurances when populations are low. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom, for those remarks. I'll look to others. I'm also happy to entertain a motion when you're ready. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I do have a motion to offer on this. Sandra, if you could pull up our WDFW motion for short belly. And before I read the motion, I did notice that I forgot to change this is actually WDFW motion 2. Thank you. I move that the council reclassify short-belly rockfish as an ecosystem component species in the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. The ecosystem component designation would still allow the council and NIMS to monitor and manage the species and, in a timely manner, determine whether federal management is needed per the National Standard 1 guidelines. If catches exceed 2,000 metric tons in a calendar year, the council will investigate changes in catches, stock abundance, fishing behavior, marketability, or other factors and reconsider EC species designation. The council may also recommend other management measures for short-belly rockfish that meet the council's ecosystem objectives in the FEP. Other management measures may include, but are not limited to, area closures, gear prohibitions, bycatch limits, seasonal closures, permits, etc.
Thank you, Heather. And I believe the language on the screen accurately reflects your motion.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And is there a second? Seconded by Pete Hassemer. Go ahead and speak to your motion, Heather.
Thank you. As Maggie mentioned in the introduction, there's been a significant amount of discussion around this issue, and I really appreciate the discussion, the willingness of people to have good conversations and collaborate on a path forward. I recognize that there are different views about which pathway might be best, but I just want to say in general, I feel like for the most part, we're on the same page. So management of short-belly rockfish using a low ACL was intended to accommodate incidental bycatch of short-belly rockfish while allowing most of the harvestable surplus of the stock to be available as forage to predators in the California current ecosystem. New recruitment information provided by the GMT clearly shows the variability in that abundance. And to provide some context, the GMT noted that the short-belly population sizes in 2019 may be on the order of magnitude 1,000 times greater than in 2005. So knowing where to appropriately set an ACL to maintain the precautionary approach is difficult without more information on the current status of the stock. The council moved closer to getting that information in our recommendation yesterday to consider a short belly assessment in 2023. So until then, as I mentioned, I hear a common desire to continue to be precautionary, to keep management simple, and acknowledge that the best management approach for now relies on self-regulation by industry. The GMT in their report 3 under this agenda item did a good job of outlining the factors that should be included when considered when thinking about whether a stock is a good candidate for EC management. We've heard testimony from the GAP and whiting industry members that the incentive to avoid schools of short-belly rockfish is largely driven by the reduced economic value of whiting landings that include higher short-belly bycatch. And I understand that they're using their cooperative manage approach to avoid short-belly rockfish as much as possible. I think it's challenging to see how that economic benefit and efficiency by way of avoiding short-belly rockfish would change under an EC species designation. And just would note that this self-regulation by industry is one of the factors that the councils can consider in determining whether stocks require conservation and management per National Standard Guideline 1. So this motion is intended to address the common interest in ensuring that we're carefully monitoring incidental catch and responding to changes. And an overarching intention is that we maintain the precautionary approach that we've long taken for short-belly rockfish, but not depart from it. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Heather, for the motion. We'll have some discussion on the motion. Asia Zumailo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Heather, for the motion. I have 2 questions, just for clarification. One, the way the motion reads, it sounds like that reconsideration about catch, or about the status of the stock in the fishery if catch exceeds 2,000 metric tons might happen out of the biennial cycle. And so I'm wondering there if the intent is rather to align that consideration with the biennial cycle rather than making the change mid-cycle, or if the intention is to have that happen at each year, at each fishing year, as soon as we identify catch exceeding that level.
Heather.
Thanks, Chair Anderson. Ms. Shamilio. Yeah, we discussed having something more definitive in the motion that would specifically trigger that conversation under the specs process, but also wanted to acknowledge that it could happen at any time. And so wanted to leave it open that this conversation could happen during in-season or whenever it was most appropriate. So not specifically having it limited to just during the specs process.
Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Anderson. As part of some of these discussions on this, my understanding, or I guess my thinking about this is that it would be best to align it with the specs process. That allows us to consider it along with the kind of more holistic suite of other potential changes and actions we're considering as part of that. We just wanted to, I guess, provide some flexibility to allow for whatever the circumstances might be at the time, whatever our expectation is, for example, on the availability of new stock assessment or other relevant information on short belly rockfish. But I think the best place for such reconsideration of the EC species classification would be in a spec cycle.
And Asia, you still have your hand up. Do you wish to address that further? Or?
Yes, thank you, Chair Anderson. Yes, I have a second question. And yeah, I can save this for discussion, or I'll save my comment about that for the clarification, Maggie and Heather. My second question is about the final sentence of the motion. So other management measures may include, but are not limited to, a suite of different management changes. And my question is similar. What's the intention for using that suite of management changes in a or is it something that would be planned for the beginning of a fishing year, at the beginning of a biennium? And again, my concern there, just in terms of what we analyze here, is that I would want the suite of potential management changes that we might use in response to different things still analyzed in this action and transparent to the public, so that people understand what actions the council might take to address catch issues. I see the same potential issue that we have right now, where there's uncertainty about what the management response might be under certain circumstances. And we run into the same issue that we ran into with the non-trawl RCA changes in specifications, where the agency isn't able to quickly justify, and the council can't confirm that the analysis is there to adequately support a quick change in season. So if we go that direction, I know that the council has the in-season framework already set up, but I'd want to just make sure that that the council's analysis for this action includes some discussion and analysis around what would happen for those potential changes right now. The other alternative that I see in how you stated that is that this just might be a description or a nod to how the council might manage the forage role or ecosystem role of short belly in the future if it saw some issues with catch rising above a certain level while it was an ecosystem component. And so that's one possibility too. If you're not really intending to plan for those uses right now and are just saying, as justification, we might go in this direction in the future, that's one thing. But I just want to note that it will be troublesome coming back in season unless we've planned for it. Plan for the potential in-season responses in advance. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Asia. Heather?
Thank you. Yes, I think, Ms. Shamilio, you're understanding the intent here with that last sentence to be more broad. And we really wanted to just be able to highlight that we would need to analyze management measures and recognizing that. And the suggestion I mentioned before about, in season was really just to get at, if there's an extraordinary conservation need, we wouldn't need to delay any discussion until a spec cycle if that was far out. And so recognizing that there would need to be some analysis done on management measures that would be utilized down the road when we identified a need. So I hope that helps.
Okay. Other discussion or questions on the motion? Krista Stenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I feel like I should say something, considering a short belly appears to be near and dear to me in terms of coining the term potato chips for the council process. I would like to say that I am appreciative of the motion. I am appreciative of industry for coming forward, both in terms of the fleet who brought the issue to our attention, but also to the processing community who really has highlighted why both at this time and in the future we're unlikely to see a market developed for this fishery. I'm not saying never, but it's unlikely. I'm also appreciative of the 2,000 metric ton flag. One of the concerns I had about going this route was that, you can say you're going to monitor and manage, but kind of what check is in place there. So I think that for me does provide a bit of reassurance, and that if there are other recommendations for management measures on short belly specifically, I would be interested in hearing about those, particularly from folks who are a bit more familiar with groundfish and what would be potentially successful. With that, I will close my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Krista. I'll go to Rich Lincoln.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some comments. I will be supporting the motion, and I just wanted to offer a few insights about my thinking along those lines. There's been a lot of discussion in our council meetings, both in the last one and earlier this week, about the potential comparison between ACL management and potential classification of short belly as an EC species. And I think earlier in the week, part of the connotation of, or part of the, I guess connotation is the right word, of that some people have felt about an EC designation. I think one of the phrases that came up earlier in the week is that for some people it represented taking our hands off the steering wheel. And I have to say that I think the team did a great job in its report, detailed, thorough analysis of the topic. But at the same time, I did take exception to one particular statement that the team made in its presentation that I think actually inappropriately contributed to this idea of taking our hands off the steering wheel. And that was a fairly declarative statement in the team's presentation that I think it was something along the lines that best available science supports that forage and conservation objectives for short belly could be accomplished even if full ABC was taken in 2021-22. And I thought that was a bit of an unusual statement from a couple of perspectives. One, that it's usually the purview of the SSC and NOAA's internal process itself in terms of making declarative statements about best available science. Not that the information that the team presented in its report wasn't relevant, but I felt that that particular statement was probably would have been much better characterized as an informed opinion of the team rather than a declarative statement about best available science. And I say that from a number of different perspectives, but the most important one, I think, is that the council's never identified specific objectives, forage objectives for short belly in the ecosystem. There's a lot of uncertainty in our overall ecosystem plan about what the forage needs are to ensure ecosystem health. I think all of us will remember that we've had a lot of discussions in the council process about the interest and need for ecosystem indicators and the difficulty of doing that. So I just thought that was a bit unfortunate in perhaps lending to this idea that we could just about do anything in the council in terms of catches up to some level like that without having any concerns. And I think that for me, that started to create this characterization of EC species as being designation as being something that really identified a lack of management and conservation concern, especially given the council's importance that it's recognized of short belly as a forage species in terms of the California current ecosystem health. So I think some of the discussion that we've heard from public comment is that if we made an EC species designation and stopped using an LC-ACL management approach, that was kind of a bad idea because that ACL had been an essential tool in ensuring that bycatch was minimized for the species. And I think that we heard a lot of, we have had a lot of discussion in the council process in terms of market conditions and operational constraints in the fishery that would, I think, lead me to conclude that currently there isn't really, I haven't seen evidence that the ACL management by itself has been a key factor in terms of the bycatch outcomes in the fishery. with that said, I think that feeling or that idea that ACL management is a key tool to minimize bycatch is premised on an idea that without specifying an ACL, that somehow fisherman behavior would change, and that there would be targeting and significant increases in bycatch. And I would suggest that certainly could be viewed as a hypothesis, and I think that the council potentially taking this path of an EC species designation will provide a pretty easy way to test that hypothesis without presenting much risk, especially in the way that the motion has been developed. If the motion passes, I'm going to offer some further guidance about that the council might offer the team in terms of specific guidance, and including a line on the in-season sport report card in terms of just the monitoring the status of short belly catch during each of the seasons, so that we are visibly keeping track. Personally, I would be really surprised. I mean, we're seeing bycatch in the last couple of years, and it seems to be tracking this year of catch levels of short belly in the fishery that have been well less than 1,000 tons. And I think if we are keeping some clear visibility and tracking of the fishery, that we're going to see pretty quickly any significant increase in bycatch that could lead to this kind of discussion with industry about what is happening out there, and a chance to look at some of the investigations that the motion calls for in terms of trying to understand whether behavior or market conditions have changed that would lead the council to towards a future reconsideration of whether the EC designation should be changed or whether specific management measures might be needed. Wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't expect that those changes would happen in season, but certainly the discussion and investigation could happen at any time and should happen if some of those changes are observed in terms of deciding what the appropriate course of action might be in terms of future management response. I think that I will stop there. I think that this is a thoughtful motion. It has it anticipates the idea that we're not taking our hands off the wheel, but we're actually implementing a considered kind of management strategy that presents both some vigilance and some opportunity to implement management changes in the future if they appear warranted. In fact, for some reason, the hypothesis that we have concluded that market and operational conditions are, in fact, doing a good job at controlling catches of short belly, for some reason, change in the future. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. Louis Zim is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for that, Mr. Lincoln. That extensive review of possibilities has reassured me considerably on this measure. I do need to have one clarification, and this is probably because I don't have the experience that you have. And Miss, you could answer this, or maybe Asia could answer this. Is what is the difference between an EC species and a shared EC species as it applies to a directed fishery for short belly?
Asia, would you like to take that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Louis, for the question. I'm actually, I only really understand ecosystem components in the Magnuson-Stevens context. I don't have the FMP background and details about the shared EC species in the Pacific. Fishery Management Council FMP, so I would defer that question to somebody who's been around in this council a little longer than me and can maybe highlight the differences.
Why don't you go ahead, Louis, with any additional remarks you have, and if someone volunteers to answer that question, we'll get to them.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And that does make me feel a little better as far as the breadth of my knowledge. So maybe I could just cut this question down to, if we designate this an EC species, is there any possibility of a directed fishery for short belly legally?
Asia, can you just take that one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Louis, for the question. I struggle with this one a bit because I don't, the definition of a directed fishery is very hard to pin down in a multi-species complex. And so if you mean a trip that's targeting short belly in particular, that's one concept. That means a trip, and excuse the truck noise outside of my house. If you mean a trip that catches short belly and lands it and retains it, that's a different answer. And I'll need to reconsult with the regs on that. I don't have that offhand right now, but I am wondering what exactly you mean about directed, and that can help refine my answer a bit.
Well, thank you, Asia. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Chair. Yes?
Yeah, just hang on just one sec, Louis, if you would. John DeVore.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Zim, the answer to your first question on what the definition of a shared EC species is, in our context, it's an EC species that's designated so across multiple FMPs. So the example of that is krill, which was considered under the FEP, but is also a prohibited species in all our FMPs. The answer to your second question is hearkening back to Marion. It kind of depends. I mean, one of the things that goes with an EC designation is a clear monitoring requirement. And one of the things that we need to monitor for any EC species is potential evidence of targeting. And if there is such evidence, then we have to reconsider whether an EC designation is appropriate or not. And that we've already experienced that when we originally classified big skate as an EC species. And then subsequently, we got some information that suggested that, there probably was some targeting of big skate. And so that was reversed, and now it's actively managed again. So that's, from my understanding, is how the EC management goes. You have to monitor. You have to be checking to see if there's targeting going on. You also have to, if you have information on stock status and it looks like the stock is potentially subject to overfishing or being overfished under whatever criteria you might consider. In this case, perhaps an MSY from a stock assessment, which is what we're using for our definition of OFL currently. That sort of thing might trigger a consideration for active management of the stock if it looks like those things are happening.
Thanks, John. Chuck Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just to clarify, between the EC and the shared EC species, actually krill is not a shared EC species. I don't know if there might be euphausiids in the list, but that was a separate classification for krill. So EC species, however, are designated across all our FMPs. There's a specific list of those. And they also have a set of criteria for considering fishing on them. So these were initially classified as unmanaged forage fish. So that is how they came in, that's how we arrived at that classification. And again, we set up some criteria, and I believe in a COP to consider removing them from that list if, or other management measures if impacts seem to increase. So that's the specifics of the shared ecosystem component species, and then the other ecosystem component species don't have that those criteria laid out for them, and they are specific to individual FMPs.
Okay, thanks for that, Chuck. Louis, did we get at your question?
Yes, you did, and I particularly liked the targeting term. That really helps me because I cannot see how any large ocean-going vessel would target a fish that they get 0.0001 cent for when they could just as well target a fish that they could get 8 cents for, which still isn't very much. But thank you. The targeting was key to me.
Okay. Asia, you have your hand up, and is it pertinent? Is your comment pertinent to this topic we're on right at the moment?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. It was an accident that my hand is up, and I will lower it.
Okay. Rich Lincoln, is it an accident that your hand's still up? Okay. So we'll go to Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Anderson. I will be supporting the motion as well, and wanted to offer several comments related to it. ODFW has really been putting a lot of thought and emphasis and, in fact, analysis, both technical and policy, recently across our entire agency on the issue of climate change and looking forward to potential impacts on the fish and wildlife that we manage and their habitats, and what will be needed to make sure we are supporting those populations into the future, knowing that there will be a range of changes in environmental conditions. We really are thinking quite a bit about what's needed to provide for resilience in the face of these changes, to provide for potential shifts within predator-prey interactions, prey availability, distributions of various species, timing of life cycle processes, et cetera. And, I'm starting very big picture here because we are here talking about short belly rockfish because of their importance as forage in the California current ecosystem. And I just wanted to emphasize that really is the priority I'm bringing to this. And within that framework, I do think this is the best approach to managing short belly rockfish at this time. We've been responding over the past. It feels like a long time, the past year and a half at least, I think, to the challenge that managing this stock under an ACL framework presents. We have been pointed more recently, after our April meeting, to information that really, I guess, it reinforces our understanding of the very wide variability in abundance of the stock, as well as distribution. And that's really been a challenge with trying to work with the rigidity and the lack of flexibility in the systems of ACLs. It has been recognized that we, in fact, have done that response. We have gone through the process to adjust the ACL for 2020. We have been, I will say, reacting and attempting to respond proactively. But within this framework, it is really a management intensive effort. And I'm not sure that it is resulting in any difference in the amount of short belly rockfish bycatch. We have had some input. We've heard some differing opinions on what is driving the current levels of short belly bycatch. And I really am convinced that it is not regulation. It is the economic and operational factors that have been described to us. And so I don't see the ACL management as the right tool to make sure that we are not allowing too much removal of short belly rockfish from the system as bycatch. So I do think this is a good approach. I will pause in just a moment, and maybe I know Rich mentioned he would have some guidance later on, and I have some remarks to make. We have heard about the very intensive monitoring, the daily monitoring, information sharing that the whiting cooperatives do among themselves, the transparency, the availability of that information to the public through a variety of routes. I really appreciate that, and I will make sure that continues, and that if there are places where we can augment that we look for those, just to make sure that everybody is aware of what is going on, so that we can, as John DeVore said, and as is indicated in the motion, we are able to monitor what's going on. We are able to keep our attention and our understanding on any changes in the fisheries, the industry's self-management. I just have a couple other things before I conclude here. I wanted to address the questions specifically about directed fishery and targeting, the exchange that we just had with Louis and Asia, and a few other folks jumped in. I know that has come up in a lot of conversations. There's been a lot of thinking about ways to prohibit a directed fishery, or a lot of questions about even what a directed fishery means. And I just would agree that that's challenging. As an example, point us back to the whiting trips the shoreside whiting trips that brought some short belly into Oregon a few weeks ago. And I believe they only landed short belly rockfish, no whiting. They went out, fished in an area where there had been clean whiting tows, saw what looked just like whiting on the acoustics, and pulled up a net full of short belly rockfish. And so those tows coming back in then, by some definitions or some understandings, may have appeared to be something that could be called a targeted or a directed trip, even though it was never the intent, obviously, to bring in short belly rockfish. So I just wanted to highlight maybe some of the challenges of trying to wrap a definition around that. And finally, I have heard some questions and some concern about the feeling that this consideration of ecosystem component species has really come up very rapidly. And I will say it's certainly something that's been on our radar. We discussed it last year. It has been in our range of alternatives. And from my own perspective, I will say it really is, we have had so much information presented to us by the GMT, but they have, I want to thank Dr. Andrew Thompson in particular. I know he kind of throughout this has brought in a lot of information that informs our understanding of short belly population dynamics and current conditions. And just having the information that the GMT pointed us to, again, after our April meeting, underscored the challenges that our ACL management system presents. And that's really what redirected my attention back to the potential for ecosystem component species classification as maybe being even a better route to highlight the ecosystem role and forage value of this stock and manage it appropriately going forward. I think it's a clear signal of what this council believes is the best use of short belly rockfish as forage in the ecosystem. And as I said, I support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Maggie. Pete Hesmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, I seconded this motion. I would like to offer some words in support of it and maybe address some of the items that were brought up in this discussion. I do believe this is the best pathway forward for the monitoring management of short belly rockfish. I do not like the steering wheel analogy, but if that resonates with people, I don't think we're taking our hands off. I don't think we're relaxing our grip. I think we are readjusting our grip to properly and appropriately recognize all of the fisheries that are going on and the interaction or intersection of those fisheries. As I've traced this and done my background research, I see two things going on here. Number one is the status of the short belly stock is really an unknown. There's a lot of evidence of recent high recruitments or good recruitment events, high abundance. Clearly, it's contributing more to some of the bycatch in the fisheries, and the recent reports indicate that this might be with us for up to a decade, and that's a good thing. They're important forage species, we recognize that, and having them be abundant in the waters is a good thing. On the other hand, we've got fisheries, other fisheries that we're trying to increase the yield of. A couple things I point out: the midwater trawl EFP or the year-round trawl EFP that has the potential to increase the capacity for fishing on the waters. We've had discussions about whiting in the mothership sector, the amount of quota that is left unharvested each year, and the potential to investigate ways or make changes to increase the harvest there. So on that side, there is the potential in future years we would see increased harvest in a number of fisheries where we intend that to occur to achieve optimum yield, and that may or may not result, and that would be a good thing. That's our desired outcome. And the intersection of the short belly and all these other actions is that if everything is going along as we intended and we view that as a good situation, it could result in the closure of some fisheries or sectors of fisheries simply because a particular stock is thriving and doing very well. And that's just the wrong direction to go if we had management measures in place that would close the fisheries in that order. So I think this is a very good approach, that it allows us to continue to monitor and potentially manage the stock. Ideally, this would, some of that monitoring, status assessment, and various management measures would occur within the biennium. But I believe, as Heather stated, if extraordinary events cause unexpected outcomes, that we do have the opportunity to address this in the interim. There was a question about the last sentence in the motion. That's simply, I think, a nod to the toolbox we have of management measures. It's not exhaustive, but they are ways that we could address this issue. Also, so I do have concerns, though, that as we went through this and we thought, if we take this approach and catches of short belly do increase, what is the effect on those forage species? And I know salmon aren't just important to Idaho, but up and down the coast. Short belly, juvenile short belly are an important forage species for salmon. So I had concerns about those impacts. It was noted that it's primarily the juvenile short belly that are the prey items, but There are other predators, sea lions, and killer whales and so forth that eat the larger ones. But I was concerned about what impact this might have on the juvenile forage species. So I did a little of my own investigation on what's happening, and that was triggered by a comment we heard on Tuesday during the public comments section. I guess full disclosure, Heather Mann mentioned that this year the size of the fish that was taken in the bycatch was about 8 to 10 inches. I sent her a query about size of fish in prior years, short belly that had been caught. She did send me a picture of this year's fish, at least 4. I don't know if it was a random sample, but those fish were all looked to be about 250 millimeters, 10 inches. Through her efforts, she queried PFMC, who got out to ODFW, WDFW staff. I was able to get my hands on length information of short belly in the bycatch for, I think, 9 years from Oregon and 3 or 4 years from Washington. I just note consistently across the years, they are larger fish. And what was really unique to me in the Washington samples is they also denoted a minimum size of fish measured. And I think the minimum size in all years was 200 millimeters or something like that. So they're consistently larger fish. And I'm not saying there's some selectivity going on here, but it triggers the next question is that if these are reproducing fish, could that have an impact? Well, clearly they're not catching the small juvenile fish, but could this have an impact on recruitment? And with some of the recent recruitment events, I thought no, but also I looked back to the last assessment and assuming some of that information is relatively current, there are some length at age plots in there, and also there is a proportion of the group that is reproductive at various sizes. And you know, we all know these fish don't get very large, and these 8 to 10 inch fish that are being caught in the fisheries right now as bycatch are close to the asymptotic size that short belly would reach. They'll get a little bit bigger, but not much. And if you look at the sizes and ages at which reproduction is occurring, these fish are reproducing across a wide range of age classes and size classes. So I don't feel that it's selecting out a large reproductive portion of the population. So with all those things in mind and trying to balance impacts to one fishery and impacts to the forage species and so forth, again, I really feel this is the best path forward, is that we are putting some attention on them. We have the opportunity to monitor the catch, the bycatch, and we have the opportunity to reassess this designation in the future should something change. But maybe importantly, it allows us to monitor the behavior of the fishery now as we proceed and see how this was developed as we go along. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it there. And again, I do strongly support this motion.
Thanks, Dee. I'm going to jump over a couple people and go to Maggie Smith in the event she has something that's procedural in nature or something about FMP that would help us or addressing a prior discussion. Maggie.
Thank you, Chair Anderson, and hopefully, hopefully I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the substantive conversations, but I did want to comment on the structure of the motion and thinking ahead about what implementation might look like down the road. I think that the motion seems to combine a bit of what I would call sort of operative language and rationale for the action. And just to make sure we have a very clear record moving forward, I just wanted to make the observation that it's really that first sentence of the motion that NIMS would be implementing in regulation. And, the remainder of the motion, I think, speaks to rationale or council intent or policy moving forward. And again, just wanted to make sure that that was clear. I think I would also say just in general, to the extent that, thinking about motions, rationale is hopefully something that doesn't need to be included in the motion text because it can be somewhat confusing to our record moving forward. And so, there might be questions on that, but I just wanted to make that really clear before the council voted that it would be that first sentence that would be moved into regulation.
Okay, thanks, Maggie. I mean, just in response to that, I think the second sentence to me is the one that's more justification than a particular direction, but I'm not sure I agree with that. That there are the sentences that fall below that are in that same category. They are different in my mind, but aren't ones that would necessarily, they look like guidance and provisions that wouldn't be captured in a regulation. That's the way I was looking at this. So, anything else, Maggie?
Yeah, I understand your point there, but I again, as long as the council is clear that guidance would not be going into NIMS cannot be implemented by NIMS and would not be going into regulation. I think that satisfies my concern.
Okay. Heather, I see your hand and I'll get to you here in a minute. I want to get to Marcy Yaremko and Brad, then I'll come to you. So Marcy, you're up next.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm going to start with an apology. I'm very sorry. I just cannot get here. I cannot get on the page of supporting this approach to dramatically change how we've been managing short belly for many, many years. The sad part about it is I think, as Corey Niles mentioned to me last night, we are close, very close in terms of what our ultimate goal is. And I think it's just a matter of how we get there. And I just can't see getting there by making this complete turnaround in how we classify the species in the Groundfish FMP. When I think about short belly and the life history and the boom and bust nature and the information that we have in front of us about the current spikes in recruitment, the trends look quite similar to some of our CPS stocks, things like jack mackerel, things like Pacific mackerel, where you see 1 or 2 years with spikes and then nothings for many, many years. And then another spike comes along and then we go back to nothing. I am not completely sure what the right mechanism is to deal with those events. But one thing I know is that changing the determination and not setting specifications doesn't seem appropriate to me. I feel like short belly is kind of just, no one will say it, but it's this inconvenience. It's an inconvenient rockfish. And that, we've had so many discussions about what an appropriate ACL should be. We've taken several regulatory actions in 2019, 2018, 2020 to make sure that we set an ACL that helps us manage the fishery activities appropriately, and that there is a response to attaining an ACL. I don't know why, with this history of recent action and in our rules and making adjustments, that the right approach now is to just stop doing what we've been doing and not take those active steps. I guess it seems like, we're talking about eliminating an ACL because we are having difficulty establishing what the right management response should be, such as a closure upon attainment of ACLs. But we've attained ACLs before on both healthy target stocks, on overfished stocks, rebuilding stocks, and that's what management's all about. And while I recognize there is flexibility in the Magnuson Act that allows us to establish management measures on EC species, I just don't know why we are so afraid of continuing to set OFL ABC ACL. I just don't understand it philosophically. I appreciate the discussion we had at the very beginning of this item, where we talked about the consideration of removing the species and making it an EC species in the specs process, if this was appropriate in the specs process. And I'll be honest, I hadn't really thought about that until we had this discussion. But I do recall back, I think at the March meeting, there was some discussion about, well, we should, even though we've kind of dismissed this as a viable alternative, we should keep it in the range of alternatives because we've already done the analysis. So there's no point in removing it from the range of alternatives, which seemed perfectly reasonable to me. And now on reflection, probably should have had more thought about that. When I think about changing a species designation, I feel like we need to be holistic about that. And we took a holistic approach when we dealt with the shared EC species. And we spent a lot of time on that, thinking about our other active FMPs and what appropriate measures we established that would prevent development of a directed fishery, for example. We worked through that, worked through our ecosystem work group, and did some homework and came up with a pretty decent set of rules. And I don't think we've been holistic or comprehensive here in looking at the species in the groundfish FMP and what groups of species or what other species also might be appropriate for EC designation. When I think of small, inconvenient rockfish, there's more out there than just short belly. Pretty familiar with the Southern California recreational fishery, and there's something called a flea cod, which is a calico rockfish, I believe. But we also have half-bandeds, square spots, some others that are small, inconvenient rockfish that are not desirable, not marketable, but are subject to some bycatch due to co-occurrence. So I kind of have a difficult time when we talk about this one species and looking for a path forward and how to continue to manage the bycatch of this species. I just have a hard time getting to a decision that the solution should be to move it to an EC species without a more comprehensive look across the board. A few other notes: no short belly are not desirable or targeted. Did look at some historic information that we have in our CDFW records, and in 1982 there was a directed commercial short belly fishery that took 700 tons in a joint venture with Russia. I guess it failed, and there's been no other interest since. And I'm not saying that we should leave that option open or preclude it, but there was some interest and desire at that time. Also, Deb Wilson Vandenberg, in her long career with us, ran a CPFV on board sampling program, and from 1987 through 1999. And we did record 130 short belly rockfish kept and retained in the CPFV fishery, and that was in the Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Francisco area. So desire is in the eye of the beholder, I guess I'd say, and times change, and I feel like I'm very interested in continuing this discussion and determining appropriate management measures. I'm very aware of the new information on recruitment, and I'm glad that we have short belly on our stock assessment priority list for 2023, and looking forward to new information from such an effort. Clearly there is high recruitment, and the GMT's identified that, and how we use that information in setting an ACL now, I think is certainly a discussion I'd like to have, but not setting an ACL is really not where I was hoping to end today. I kind of, when I think back to Tuesday and Jeff Shester's testimony and some recommendations about ACT and on attainment of an ACT, looking at trip limits, and in fact, he was looking at those CEBA 1 regulations that for shared EC species, right now, the regs require that by definition of what a directed fishery is on shared EC species, that you cannot land more than 10 tons combined weight of all shared EC species in any trip, or more than 30 tons of shared EC species in any calendar year. And those volumes are pretty low. And in fact, thinking about an aggregate 30-ton annual limit, I mean, that certainly isn't something that would work in the case of short belly right now. Don't know about a 10-ton trip limit either. But those are management measures that are there right now for the shared EC species. So, maybe that's how we get there, is talking about some sort of trip limit or total volumetric limit, but, it's clearly in bounds to do that for EC species. But I just don't feel like the way forward is to put the species into a different designation. I think we can move forward within the framework we have and continue to manage appropriately, considering the needs of the industry and the target stocks to access the target stocks. So I think I'll stop there, but I do appreciate the discussion, and I respect that there are several ways to get at this issue, and it's been a healthy discussion, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks, Marcy. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You look at the short belly issue a few years ago when the whiting fishermen first started catching them. I asked myself, like, what are the fishermen doing different? You know, are they doing something to catch those fish where they might normally what they haven't in the past? And it's pretty apparent that they haven't been doing anything different. And I think it's really important to say that what we're seeing at the bycatch we're seeing in the fleet is something that it should be expected given the recruitment in the fishery. I think for perspective, I think the page 3 of the GMT report 1 was, if I can read that, it says further short belly rockfish recruitment in 2013 was more than 3 orders of magnitude or 4,300 times higher than the average year recruitment among all rockfishes from 1990 to 2012. Each of the short belly recruitment classes from 2013 and 16 were larger than any recruitment class for any species besides short belly rockfish from 1990 to 2012. By all accounts, short belly recruitment and subsequent adult populations are astronomically high. And so I think when you read that, it combined with there's been a northern shift of rockfish species this year. Why would we see anything different? I mean, when we're talking about ACLs and ABCs, think about we're working. Our ACLs and ABCs are from a 2007 assessment before that recruitment happened. If you look at those numbers if you plug them into a new assessment in 2023, I would submit to you that an ACL for short belly is going to be well above 100,000 tons. So really, where are we at? I mean, as far as the ocean is very dynamic and it changes greatly in some of these species. And this is a boom and bust species, and that's not because any bycatch in the whiting fishery or any other fishery. It's a reality, and how are we going to deal with that as we go into the future? Now, when I think about management, as managers, what do we do? And really, where we can, we incentivize fishermen through regulations to meet our objectives. And I think about what could we do more to incentivize the fleet not to catch these fish. I mean, the reality is no one wants these fish. The fishermen don't want to catch them. The processors don't want to deal with them. The environmental community doesn't want us to catch them. And as managers, we don't want them to catch them. So, I mean, there's no incentive to catch these fish. And I think that's very important as we move forward. Now, we're talking about the EC, moving to an EC with this stock. I think we have a very recent example of moving a species from the management into EC and then back out. And that'd be big skate. So it's not like we're stuck on it. It's not like it's going into the deep freeze of EC forever. I mean, this council has shown itself over the years to be extremely flexible to do the right thing when presented with the information. And I think that looking where we're at right now, with the scientists are telling us the next 8-10 years, what's the best way to deal with this fish? And I think that what Heather's put forward is a good motion. I'm going to support it. And this is this is not a we visit this every 2 years, and I think it's in closing. The whiting fishermen, given these numbers, you got to get our hats off to those guys for reducing or keeping their catch as low as it has been. And so I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brad. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. My question and comment goes back to what the information Maggie Smith provided us on how the motion was structured and the operative language in there. And I just wanted to make it clear that as we were crafting this idea, really one of the important features of this motion and the important thing we wanted included in it was this trigger. So if catch exceeds a certain amount, and that was to be, again, transparent, and provide that indication to the public of, when we would look to make sure that this EC species designation was appropriate, but also look at, what's going on in the environment and the fishery and all of that. And so if the regulation or the regulatory pathway isn't right, I just wonder if there's another way where we could make that that clear and operative, and potentially maybe that's in language that we would add to the FMP. I'm not sure if the regulation isn't the appropriate place for it, but I did want to highlight that feature explicitly.
Okay, Asia.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to address Heather's comment just now, we would not include that 2,000 metric ton evaluation trigger in the regulations. And so it'd be something that we'd ask the council to either include in a council operating procedure or build into the FMP. So it would be, the council's own policy commitment to itself to reevaluate under certain circumstances. It wouldn't be something regulatory, especially since it has no associated action after that point is reached. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mark Grelnick.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I'm a bit hesitant to weigh in because this fishery is a bit outside my comfort zone, but I recognize, as Brad has said, that we're dealing with a biomass that is rapidly exceeding, and the way we typically deal with this with populations that can vary year to year or decade to decade is by adjusting our management targets. And I appreciate that this stock has potentially become a constraining species for a very important commercial fishery. But it seems like there are really two ways to have addressed this. One is to have maintained the current regime and adjusted upward the ACL and other numbers, or two, to change the management regime completely and make it an ecosystem component. It seems to me the difference between these approaches is that under our current management scheme, if we reached an ACL, then the burden would be on the fishery to come to the council to seek relief. Whereas now under an ecosystem component, it's going to be up to the council to address any problems that come up during the fishing year. And I realize we have a guidance here of 2,000 metric tons in a calendar year, but there's no requirement here for the council really to do anything. It's not going to be in regulations. And it was mentioned that perhaps this is something that should be undertaken in the biennial specs process as opposed to in season. And I'm not exactly sure whether this could be addressed in season. What if the abundance does drop? Are we going to go back to a different management scheme? I understand the problem, and I understand there's more than one way to solve it. I'm just not persuaded that this is an enduring way to solve this problem. Maybe it's okay for the next 2 years, maybe not, but I don't know that this is really the way to address it in a long term. And I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Mark. And I'll have a couple of remarks before we end this, but Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak to this because everything's been said, and from the people that support it, and I support this motion. It's a very well thought out. I've been following this and have been involved in this particular fishery for a long time, particularly and had never seen this type of a occurrence in that fishery of having so many short bellies, if any. And I think the data in one of the tables actually demonstrates that. We're in a situation right now where we don't understand. We do understand. We've been shown that this population is exploding, and it's not just migrating north. It's expanding. It's still in normal levels in the south as well. The last time we heard. So I think this is a good way to do this until we get an understanding, because I don't want to see us coming back to the table and addressing this every time we have a meeting. I think it's not the way to do that. I think that we're not anywhere any danger of impacting the forage benefits of this stock. I think that if things change, we have the ability to change, like Brad said. We do that very well. This council reacts to change at every turn, and does a very good job of it. As for the testimony we heard over and over again about the marketability and what the built-in safeguards are there. The one thing I didn't hear, I agree with all the points that were made, but the one thing I didn't hear was the only viable product that could be made out of this at all, if it's not even viable, the only product would be fish meal. And fish meal plants are generally built to take a percentage of the fish, like some very small percentage, less than 10% of the fish. When you get into this fish, it brings a processing plant, whether it's a CP, whether it's a mothership, or whether it's a shore plant, to its knees. And production falls by sometimes 10 times. When that happens, that plant makes zero money, the fisherman makes zero money. There is no way in the current state that we could make anything out of this fish. People don't want it, they will avoid it. And if they get into much higher interactions with it, I would suggest they would lose their markets, and people would not be interested because they couldn't afford to stay out there if they were in that type of interaction. I think there's very little danger, and I think we're seeing that with the numbers and the proactive work of the fleet and just happenstance, how things are going. We may see higher numbers later in the year. We don't know that. But the fleet's doing a good job of trying to avoid these because they have to. That's why. Yeah, they have to. It's not marketable. So that is, I think, I forgot who it was who brought it up, but the National Standard 1 actually allows for that type of fleet control to manage this. And I believe that is one of the best tools we have. I think the problem I see is we don't have a way of knowing the future. We went from 50 tons to 500 tons to now contemplating something higher, and it just keeps us at the table. I don't think there's a problem with interactions in this fishery. I think the problem is we need to get through a stock assessment, understand what the future brings, and maybe if the necessary, bring it, go down from there. I mean, I looked at that chart of the table that showed the interactions and how they spiked up in the at sea sectors, or the whiting sectors. But I also noticed prior to that, there was a bunch of zeros in the columns, no interactions whatsoever in the whiting sector. However, if you assume that was that was because there wasn't a very big biomass, you might assume that the interactions were in the other fisheries because there were very small numbers there. So I think we're making assumptions in our mind that aren't necessarily valid, but I do know we have to listen to our science that says this is going in a direction that we really can't put a number on at this time. And to recognize what is an excessive harvest. We have safeguards, I think, built into the system to prevent that. So I think this is a very good solution to this. And I appreciate Heather's motion, appreciate all the input from the public, from industry, from everyone and all their opinions and everything, but I think this is the right solution, and I'll be voting for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Heather, is your hand up because you want to speak again or because you didn't take it down from last time?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I did have a follow-up. So I appreciated the comments from Vice Chair Grelnick, and I think early on I made some suggestion that some of these things could be addressed in Inseason. I just wanted to clarify that, the idea around this trigger, which I mentioned, I think is an important piece of the idea in our motion, would allow for the conversation, but fully recognize that bigger changes would have to be analyzed and thought through. But the in-season comment I made was really that we have the opportunity to talk about what's going on and figure out, what the response would be, and then how that fits in with our specs and all of that. And very similarly to the comment that Marcy had on terms of the trip limits for the shared EC species, and if that's not a tool that we should be thinking about here. I think we talked about that a little bit in April when it first came up, and again, that idea could then be filtered through the groundfish workload prioritization process and added to the list of things that we can look at. So it's not out of the option just because we've taken the EC species route. The tool's still there. It needs to be analyzed, as Asia cautioned in the beginning. And so just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Well, it's my turn. And I don't know, I think someone said everything has already been said, and that may well be true, but that hasn't stopped anybody else. So you can take that as just a little bit of a funny here during this discussion. This is my last fishery management agenda item to oversee as your chair. So I will offer a few comments. I'll try to keep them relatively brief. I note there's a lot of things we all agree on. I think we all agree that these are an important forage fish for a variety of other species. I haven't heard anyone suggest that they think it would be a good idea to have a directed fishery on it, or that there's a desire to have one. So we've had, as part of our previous kind of policy discussions, the desire to prevent a directed fishery on this species. I think we all agree that we want to minimize any incidental catch of this species, and I think that is a shared desire by the people that are participating in the fishery. I don't think any of us want to unnecessarily constrain our existing fisheries because of because of this, the abundance of the short belly at this particular moment in time. I think we all agree that there's lots of them out there. How many, don't know, but there's a lot of them. And so given all that, what do we do? And this is one approach. When I look at the definition of an ecosystem component species in our FMP, they are species that are not actively managed in the fishery, i.e. there are no harvest specifications. No harvest specifications are specified for these species. They're not targeted. They're not generally retained for sale or personal use. They're not subject to overfishing, are not overfished or approaching an overfished condition. All of those things are true. Yet, there are a lot of people, at least I'll say a lot, maybe not all, that think it's a good idea to have some checks and balances and on what is taken, as in this case, and under today's scenario, what is taken as incidentally. Even in this motion, where we're saying it's an EC, and nobody likes my term take your hands off the wheel. I get that. But when I look at the definition of an EC species that's in our FMP, it's darn close to taking your hands off the wheel. That's my analogy. But in this motion, we're saying, no, we don't want to take our hands completely off the wheel. We want to monitor the incidental catch. There's a element in the motion that if it gets above 2,000, we're going to talk about it and investigate those things that are in the motion. So this is, in my mind, almost a hybrid between setting an ACL that's way up there, like I think Tom Sinclair mentioned 3,000 metric ton ACL. Last year, when there were lots of these critters out there, the fishery took less than 700. So I think 3,000 ACL is way up there and would accomplish all of the things that we're talking about. In my mind, it would have been my preference to go that way, keep it in the managed fisheries category, set an ACL that's up so high that the likelihood of you ever having to deal with it is remote. But what we have in front of us here instead is going to an EC species designation and then providing some guidance in there that ensures that we're going to track what's going on, and as the motion says, that we may be able to consider some things along the way with the provisions and the caveats that Asia provided. So I'm kind of in the same position that Vice Chair Groundwick is on this one, and Marcy. But I wanted to express my thoughts on this before we move forward and with a vote on the motion. So with that, I'll ask if there's any other discussion on the motion before us. Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. I'm going to try a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, no.
No.
It's quite clear.
Let me make sure I heard two no's. I believe I heard Marcy Yaremko and Mark Grelnick. Did I hear? Is that correct? Number first, is that correct?
Yes, for me.
Yes, for me.
And was there any other no's? Okay. And are there any abstentions? No abstentions. So the motion passes with noting that Marcy Yaremko and Mark Grelnick voted no. Okay. Let's see. That was fun, don't you think? So let me check back with Todd and see whether or not there is further business that we need to address under this agenda item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as I'm aware, the council has confirmed the 2021 default harvest control rules and harvest specifications for the groundfish stocks and stock complexes. The council has also adopted recommendations for the EFPs and the yield set-asides thereof. And the council has also completed all of the items that were on the action item checklist. And it is my understanding that you have really good analysis here. You have good guidance that we can move forward. And I would say the council has addressed all of the actions before it for this particular agenda item.
Okay, thank you very much, Todd. Rich Lincoln. You're still on mute.
Thanks, Chair, and sorry for not popping up a little bit more quickly there. I did want to just close this item by offering or suggesting that the council provide some guidance to the groundfish management team to include a line on the scorecard that would be specific to short belly, so that the council is able to track the progression of short belly catch during the season.
Okay. Thanks, Rich. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump away from the agenda item too quickly and ask for that summary from Todd. During the council discussion of the motion, where the number 2000 was in there, to me, we required tracking, but it's a good clarification that we're going to be asking the GMT to be reporting that out as they do their updates on the catch to date and those catch summaries. So thank you. Did I miss anyone else that had any other guidance? Apologize for jumping away from that if I did too quickly. Okay. Then that'll take us to the end of this agenda item. Excuse me. And that leaves us F4, which is our in-season adjustment item, which I think is relatively short. But let me pause here. I'm happy to take a lunch break here. It's about, I think it's 10 to 1 or something close to that. Yeah, 12:51. But let me just maybe ask Chuck whether taking the lunch break here makes sense, and maybe coming back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that would be appropriate. I think our staff could use a little break, and might give people a chance to prepare for this item. I know it's fairly short. We just have a couple of reports. We don't have any public comment at this point, but maybe this is a heads up if people want to weigh in to sign up on the comment card, virtual yellow card off our website, and then take this up after the lunch break.
Okay, sounds good. It's 12:52. We'll break until 2 o'clock, and we'll reconvene, and we'll take up F4. Well, welcome back, everyone. This is Phil Anderson calling our Civic Council meeting here on Thursday, June 18th, back to order. When we broke for lunch, we had just completed agenda item F1 here today, and we have one more agenda item to go, which is F4, in-season adjustments. So I'm going to turn the virtual gavel over to Vice Chair Grelnick to take us through this one.
Thank you very much, Chair Anderson. Our last substantive item for the meeting, and I will turn to Todd for our overview.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Council. So today we have item F4, in-season adjustments, final action. Management measures for groundfish are set by the Council with a general understanding that these measures will likely need to be modified within the biennium to attain but not exceed the annual catch limits. This agenda item will consider progress to date of the 2020 groundfish fisheries. The Council has the opportunity to recommend adjustments to current routine management measures, such as trip limits, necessary to achieve management objectives. The National Marine Fisheries Service is expected to update the Council on carryover and changes to the timing for the annual carryover process. Additionally, NMFS will update the Council on the 2020 trawl gear exempted fishing permit catch through May 12, 2020. In your reference materials, you have several reports. You have two from National Marine Fisheries Service. You have an informational report from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and a report each from the GAP, or the GMT and the GAP. Your action today is to consider projections for the 2020 fisheries and adopt final in-season adjustments as necessary to achieve but not exceed annual catch limits and other management objectives. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I would turn back to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Todd. Are there any questions of Todd on the overview? And if there are not, I will turn to Asia for the NMFS report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Grelnick. Can you guys hear me? I'll just check again.
Yes.
Okay. The first NMFS report is agenda item F4A, supplemental NMFS report 1. So this is our standard update on the progress of the 2020 trawl gear EFP. I won't review the report in detail, but I can respond to any questions that you have on the update. I'll pause there for questions.
Any questions for Asia? That was a nice brief report. And if there are no questions for Asia, then I will turn to Marcy Remco for the CDFW report.
Vice Chair Grelnick, sorry, there's one more NMFS report that I'll go into more that's less brief. Sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So the second report is agenda item F4A, supplemental NMFS report 2. So I'll verbally summarize that one rather than reading it into the record. In this report, we recommend removing specific mention of carryover from future council meeting agendas because of recent changes to the postseason quota treating provisions and the current GMT role in calculating carryover. So for postseason quota trading provisions, we implemented changes to those provisions in Amendment 21-4. That amendment allows shore-based IFQ participants to trade surplus quota pounds from previous fishing years, or from the previous fishing year, to cover remaining deficits from that fishing year. The trading provision, or the trading period, runs from January 1st until 2 weeks after the catch accounting date is finalized. So that's about March 14th of each year. So before we implemented that change, and in prior years of the catch year program, we could estimate initial surplus carryover amounts on January 1st before finalizing the catch counting data from the previous fishing year. With implementation of Amendment 21-4, we can't estimate carryover until after the postseason quota trading period is complete in mid-March. And this is because the trades that vessel account owners make to cover prior year deficits can significantly change the amount of carryover that's available. Because the end of the postseason transfer period is dependent on catch accounting data, the postseason trading period may run longer than the January 1st to March 14th timeframe described in the regulations. So we can't calculate surplus carryover until the conclusion of the postseason trading period. This timing extends the determination of carryover beyond the April council meeting when we used to have an update on this item. And we're more likely to be able to provide finalized surplus carryover information at the June council meeting. But in some years, if we wait until the June council meeting, it may, to present that information, it may unnecessarily delay us issuing surplus carryover. And I'll just note for this year, for a few reasons, we're still not done finalizing carryover data, but we expect to be able to issue carryover in early July. And so can reach out to the council with an update and a letter on that information. So beyond the data timing changes in Amendment 21-4, the GMT role in calculating carryover has changed. As of April 2019, the GMT no longer provides the council a comprehensive report analyzing carryover. So NIM staff does that in a similar report and analysis each year that we document in an internal memo. The GMT currently works with NIM staff when necessary to calculate carryover estimates and ensure issuing carryover doesn't risk exceeding catch limits. The GMT input since then, or for since the IFQ program was in place, is focused on recommending whether the maximum carryover amount should be reduced in a given year. And to date, the GMT has always recommended issuing the maximum carryover, and the council hasn't decided to reduce the carryover amount outside of the GMT recommendation from the maximum percentage each year. So for those two reasons, because of the timing change with postseason trading and the GMT role in carryover, NIMS is recommending that it may no longer be useful to specifically mention carryover in the council notice for the March or April in-season agenda items. And to be clear, the council does have the option, still maintains the option to take routine in-season action if necessary under existing regulations to reduce the amount of carryover issued if there is a conservation concern. There's no additional requirement for the council to provide advance notice to make these adjustments, other than the notice for this in-season agenda item that's on every council agenda. And the GMT can continue to make recommendations for the council to adjust carryover percentages as part of in-season at either the March, April, or June meetings if necessary. So that concludes that report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Asia. Let's see if there are questions on the report and recommendations. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Asia.
Thank you.
And now I'll turn to Marcy Remco for the CDFW report, please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gorelnik. Be referring to supplemental CDFW report 1, and I too will summarize. Just the opening remarks here. Traditionally at the June and the September meetings, CDFW makes an effort to provide information on how our fisheries are tracking so that the public and our GAP can consider recommendations for in-season actions in the course of our discussions under the in-season agenda item. This time we thought we'd put a little different spin on it in light of the situation regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and try to take a little closer look at how our fisheries and our monitoring is responding. So Governor Newsom issued a statewide executive order on March 19th, implementing the stay-at-home order. In response, most local municipalities and harbor districts took action to limit or close launching facilities, which directly affected the recreational private fleet and the CPFE operations, and temporarily impacted some commercial operations as well. The situation is dynamic and things are still continuing to change, though at least most of the launch ramps and harbors are fully up and running now with some specific social distancing requirements at select sites. I hear from Louis Zim that our CPFVs likewise have resumed operation, though in cases individually, certainly operations have been affected by limiting passenger loads or other onboard provisions to ensure safe social distancing. On to the commercial fishery They are considered essential or critical infrastructure workers under the statewide stay-at-home order. Something that was interesting and of note to us that we sold 809 commercial fishing licenses to new entrants in fisheries. And by definition, that means someone that's never been issued a CFL in any prior year. Compared to other sales in the time period between early March and May 31st, in 2018 and 2019, we sold an average of 262 licenses. So that's a pretty significant jump. Similarly, for boat registrations, 187 new commercial registrations compared to only 41 in each 2018 and 2019. Similarly, for commercial fishermen retail licenses, 163 were sold compared to an average of 27 in 2018 and 19. We don't know at this point which commercial fisheries these new entrants intend to participate in, but as of now, it does not appear the groundfish fishery is of primary interest. Only 9 of the new boats, 4 of the new CFLs, and 12 of the new retail licenses have shown up on groundfish landing receipts as of May 31st. And those landings have been small, only 250 pounds of lingcod, 1,200 pounds of shelf rockfish, and 100 pounds of slope by these new entrants. And similarly, 1,500 pounds of groundfish were received by the new CFL or commercial retail license holders. So not a significant jump in purchases by those licenses. But we will continue to monitor groundfish landings to see if effort by these new entrants increases. Then we thought we'd take a look at the non-trawl fishery performance and compare it to the trawl fishery performance. So you can see in the graphic here, figure 1, these are the fixed gear landings from LEOA and IFQ between March 19th and May 31st. On the left side of this graphic, we've got our black rockfish, other nearshore lingcod, bocaccio, canary, chili pepper, other shelf and slope rockfish. Then in the gray stipple area on the right, you've got thorny heads and sablefish, and they're on a different and much larger scale. They're on the y-axis. But the takeaway is catches in 2020 are comparable to what they were in 18 and 19. Some variations up and down in each species group, but nothing that remarkably jumps out as being abnormal in this time period. But then we turn the look at the price per pound for these species groups. Again, this is still the LEOA and IFQ fixed gear sectors. The change in price overall, most are down some in 2020, though maybe not appreciably. We've got canary down at down 21% in 2020 compared to 18 and 19. Sablefish down 24%. So overall, price appears to be fluctuating and down. Looking to trawl, figure 2, looking at the catches of the major species groups, not a lot of change in the volume. Fairly stable volume in 2020 compared to 18 and 19. But then again, turning to the price per pound for IFQ landings, everything is down except for other flatfish and Dover sole, and down significantly. Thorny heads down from 79 cents a pound to 46 cents a pound, and sablefish over $3 down to $1.88. Turning to the recreational fishery, traditionally we see our effort increase in the period of March through June as the groundfish fisheries open in successive areas in the state, starting with a March 1 opener in the south, and then begin opening, have other openings in April and May as you move further north. Usually see effort pickup and boats filling on the CPFVs with passengers, and the launch ramps activity pickup. We've had to make some modifications to our recreational monitoring program, and we've turned to using site effort checks rather than our normal intercept method to protect the health and safety of our staff. The site effort checks have shown that anglers are continuing to fish in some areas in higher than expected numbers. And then other sites, effort is normal or lower than expected. And so whether that's a response to COVID or whether it's the very hot bite on California halibut in San Francisco Bay, we're not entirely sure. But our look at the catch estimates that we do have in hand through March show that all of our target and non-target groundfish species are within or below typical harvest levels. And yes, I'm in trouble again. Okay, and then we are continuing to monitor accessibility in all ports, noting that as areas relax restrictions, the circumstances are dynamic. On a
hey, Marcy, we're losing your audio there.
Okay, how's this? How about now?
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. So we are continuing to discuss how we are going to generate catch approximations for the months of April and beyond for our recreational fisheries, because we are only doing effort checks at this time. We are hoping to have folks return to some actual sampling of catch starting in July, but we are conducting some trials right now to see what is possible and safe. Those trials are having some mixed results. And regardless, we will be needing to work on how we will be producing our catch estimates that traditionally we produce monthly and provide to RecFin. We are talking about some alternate methods on how we will be doing that for purposes of our annual catch accounting and our in-season quota tracking. That's it.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there any questions of Marcy on the CDFW report? Thank you. So we'll now move on to the team report, the Groundfish management team, and I think Mel will be providing that report.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Very faintly. If there's any way you could speak up or get closer to the microphone, that'd be great.
I'm on a headset with a mic, so
I think if you speak up, it'll be fine.
Okay, let me try one thing here.
Well, no, it's actually fine. The way you just spoke is fine.
Is this any better?
Way better. Yeah, so let's proceed.
Okie doke. Okay, Mel Mandrip with the Groundfish management team, reading the report on in-season adjustments, final action. The GMT reviewed the progress of the groundfish fisheries to date and offered the following updates and recommendations. Action item, Picacho South 4010. South of 4010. Requests were received from Southern California fixed gear fishery participants to increase Picacho South 4010 trip limits. Specifically limited entry to be raised to 6,000 pounds per 2 months, and open access to be raised to 4,000 pounds per 2 months. As shown in Table 1, you can see the status quo trip limit, what it is currently. Limited entry, they're at 1,500 pounds per 2 months, and open access is at 500 pounds per 2 months. So that would be option 1. Option 2 would be to increase it to the 6,000 pounds for 2 months for limited entry and 4,000 pounds for open access. The increase would have a projected mortality of 58.8 metric tons, which is approximately 16% of the commercial share and 17% of the non-trawl allocation, or the total mortality would be 17% of the non-trawl allocation, which is seen in Table 2. These projections would increase landings by 39.7 metric tons, and ex-vessel revenue is projected to increase approximately $189,000. So you see Table 1 with the current and proposed trip limits, and Table 2 with the impacts projected from the status quo and option 2 trip limits. And they're all within the harvest limits set for Boccaccio south of 4010 in 2020. As noted in the CDFW report Marcy just gave, California, the commercial LE and OA fixed gear landings of Boccaccio are tracking higher than in previous years, despite the impacts of the commercial fishery is incurring during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, looking at 2019 mortality estimates, as noted in Table 3, attainment was 22.1% of the annual catch limit. So even with the high tracking of Boccaccio for the OA and LE fisheries, in addition to the higher trip limits, the GMT anticipates low to moderate attainment for 2020. And then GMT also notes that these there are higher trip limits that were just implemented for other shelf rockfish. So increasing the Boccaccio trip limits would help to mitigate against any potential regulatory discarding that may occur under the status quo trip limits. And therefore, GMT recommends option 2 for Boccaccio south of 4010. So moving on to informational items, recreational fisheries for the Washington Coastal Recreational Bottom Fish Fishery opened on March 14th, 2020, following the initiation of Governor Inslee's Stay Home, Stay Safe order on March 23rd. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife closed all recreational fishing activity on the Washington coast. However, some parts began restricting access to boat launches, public restrooms, and moorage as early as March 16, resulting in very little opportunity for any recreational fishing. All coastal ports and fishing areas remain closed until May 26th, with the exception of Marine Area 4, which remain closed for fishing until the currently scheduled opening date of June 20th. It is worth noting that even though Marine Area 3 opened on May 26th and Marine Area 4 will open by June 20th, La Push and Nia Bay will not be accessible. This may reduce the effort and impacts to groundfish stocks in those areas, particularly yellow eye rockfish, which is more frequently encountered in these areas relative to others, because anglers will need to travel from points of entry much farther away in order to access those fishing areas. With a limited opportunity, very few impacts to groundfish stocks occurred before the Stay Home, Stay Healthy order. Currently, the reopening of the recreational fishing along the West Washington coast currently with the reopening of recreational fishing along much of the coast, effort remains low in comparison to previous years. Charter boats have specific requirements for how many passengers and different households they can have on board. Pacific halibut fishing off Washington is postponed until later this summer, so the entirety of the effort is currently absent. Impacts remain low, and it is unknown how the season will progress given the current state of affairs. Moving south to Oregon, Moving south to Oregon, Governor Brown issued the Stay Home Save Lives executive order on March 23rd. Responses to the executive order varied by port. The ports from Florence north closed most of their facilities, such as boat ramps, cleaning stations, restrooms, and the charter operators ceased operations. The ports from Winchester Bay south remained open, or mostly open, including some of the charter operations. Additionally, some of the South Coast businesses promoted that they were open via social media, as well as advertising in more populous inland areas. The ports from Florence north started to reopen on May 15th, with most facilities and businesses open by May 21st to coincide with the recreational Pacific halibut opening. Most charter operations began operating at reduced capacity. The closures on the North Coast did reduce bottom fish effort, particularly charter effort, compared to the previous 3 years. Meanwhile, several South Coast ports and several South Coast ports had similar or slightly higher effort to the same time frame in the previous years. Coastwide bottom fish effort was reduced compared to the previous 3 years. Estimated angler trips through May in 2020 is approximately 23,000 compared to the average of 31,000 per the previous 3 years, which is a 26% decrease. These effort reductions and associated catch reductions have led projected year-end impacts for some species, including black rockfish, to decrease from pre-season estimates. With the reduction in impacts during the time period with restrictions in place, ODFW staff have reported that they have received requests to provide additional harvesting opportunities by increasing the general marine fat fish daily bag limit whenever possible. Currently, the general marine daily bag limit is 5 fish per day in Oregon state regulations and 10 fish in federal regulations, which allows ODFW the flexibility to increase the bag limit in state regs in season while staying within federal bag limit regulation. Continuing south to California, CDFW submitted the report that Marcy just went through. The recreational fishery in California opened on May 1st in the Southern Management Area, followed by the Central and San Francisco Management Areas on April 1st, and the Northern and Mendo Management Areas on May 1st. The report notes that in early March, when shelter-in-place orders went into effect, general effort has been variable depending on access to harbor facilities, but overall interest is at or within typical catch levels, harvest rather. So moving on to at-sea update. With 43% attainment of the Pacific whiting allocation, the at-sea sectors are at 87% of their dark blotch rockfish set aside, 23% of yellowtail rockfish, 14% of sablefish, with all other set asides tracking at less than 10%. It is not anticipated to be, none of these are anticipated to be at risk of the ACL for any of these stocks at this time. Reporting tool for 2020 commercial fisheries landing. Aaron Steiner and Ashley Vizek, economists at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, have developed a publicly available landings tracker to give weekly and monthly snapshots of where West Coast fisheries are at in the ongoing crisis relative to 2015 through 2019. Summary data on ex-vessel revenue, landed weight, prices, and numbers of vessels and buyers are available for various fisheries by state at weekly or monthly intervals. Per the tracker, deliveries and landings in metric tons in the mothership and shore-based whiting sectors are tracking slightly above the prior 5-year median to date. The catcher-processor sector is continuing to follow the upward trend of the past decade, with the highest May catch since 1997. Salmon revenue appears to be slightly above the historic mean, well below boom years, and shrimp revenue is low. Market squid ex-vessel revenues were high relative to recent years in Oregon, and the economic backbone of the West Coast fisheries, Dungeness crab, was slightly above the 2015 to 2019 median and peak season of January, and slightly below the trailing months subsequently, but above the 2015 disaster year. Ex-vessel revenue of non-whiting groundfish, all sectors, was about half of the 2015 through 2019 median in April and May, with a slight uptick in May from a low in April, as seen in Figure 1. So the next page has that figure showing those trends. And then the non-groundfish whiting decline is largely attributed to the continued decline in stable fish prices, which is seen in the following figure. So on to the Rebuilding Species Scorecard. Attachment 1 at the end of this report shows the updated Rebuilding Species Scorecard for yellow eye rockfish and cowcod. The International Pacific Halibut Commission has announced that due to COVID-19 related issues, they will not be starting their annual stock assessment survey until July 1. Additionally, to stay within the normal survey timeline, IPHC will only be surveying core areas of the Pacific halibut stock, which does not include Area 2A, which is us. Therefore, the 1.1 yellow eye rockfish set aside for the survey will not be needed and has been returned to the scorecard. Additionally, cowcod was updated to include the impact for the non-nearshore fishery. This projection should have been included in the March 2020 update. With all those adjustments, all fisheries are still projected to be within their allocations, harvest guidelines, and ACTs and shares for the year. And then lastly, the Chinook salmon scorecard. In 2017, salmon incident, the salmon ICS specified thresholds for the non-whiting and the whiting sectors. These thresholds are enforced through sector closure mechanisms and regulations. For 2020, neither the whiting nor the non-whiting sectors exceed their thresholds, as seen, I should say, Table 4. Estimated overall catch of Chinook salmon for June 17, 2020 in all groundfish fisheries was percent was that they're within numbers or bounds here. I will make those corrections with Todd and make sure that's revised online soon. And then lastly, the last pages are rebuilding groundfish species scorecard with cowcod and yellow eye. And with that, I will attempt to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mel, for that thorough report. Let me see if there are any questions from council members. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mel. This is a very complete report and very interesting, especially as to the decrease in prices for many of these stocks, which must have some impact on the fishermen, and I personally think is regrettable. And I also want to thank you for your understatement of the status of stocks in California. As we all know, or if you don't know, I'll tell you right now, many of our CPFVs shut down even before the order, and they are just starting up now. We just had on the 11th of June, the last of the Southern California part of the fleet start up, and seeing that the CPFV fleet takes over half of the groundfish catch in recreational fleet, we have a very high comfort level that we haven't gone over any of our allotments. Thank you for that.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have one question on the report on page 4 with regard to the at-sea update that discusses the at-sea sectors being at 87% of their dark blotch set aside. And then there's a statement, there's not anticipated to be any risk to the ACL. What happens on attainment of that set aside for the at-sea sector? Is there some trigger mechanism? I'm just trying to understand what the management impacts are of attaining that set aside.
I would have to kick this over to NIMS, but I believe once that set aside has been reached, we come back to a meeting and discuss it in season to see if there is fish in any other areas that we can move over, if especially if we're at risk of exceeding an ACL.
I see Asia has her hand raised. Asia?
Thanks, Asia.
Thanks, Vice Chair Garland. Yeah, so Amendment 21-4, which I just mentioned about carryover, remember also moved or changed the designation of a number of stocks, including dark blotch. The designation of that allocation sort of for the whiting fishery to set aside. So there's no management response associated with exceeding the limit. And it's not a limit, I should correct my phrasing, but exceeding the amount that we set aside for those certain stocks. So we would, the council, of course, can evaluate catch as we are right now under in-season, but there isn't any management response required unless the council identifies the risk to the overall ACL. But the idea of moving them over to set asides was that we would not have to actively manage the amount that we carved out for the fishery. We're just planning for an expected amount of catch and understanding that we don't need to respond with a management response, planned management response around that catch during the fishing year because it isn't likely to threaten the ACL.
Thank you, Asia. Any further questions on the team report? Thank you, Mel. We have a gap. We have a gap report. Gary Richter.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair.
Good afternoon.
I'll be reading from agenda item F4A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on consideration of in-season adjustments for 2020. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel met with the Groundfish Management Team to discuss progress of this year's fishery and possible in-season adjustments. The GMT discussion was led by Ms. Melissa Mandrup. The GAP offers the following recommendations and comments on proposed in-season adjustments to ongoing groundfish fisheries. For Boccaccio trip limits, fixed gear fishermen targeting chili pepper rockfish continue to encounter substantial numbers of large Boccaccio. The GAP supports increasing the Boccaccio trip limits to help reduce regulatory discards in the chili pepper fishery. And working from GMT Report 1, Table 1, the GAP recommends the following. For limited entry fixed gear Boccaccio from 4010 to 3427 north latitude, current trip limits are 1,500 pounds every 2 months. The GAP supports GMT Option 2, increasing the Boccaccio trip limit to 6,000 pounds per 2 months. For limited entry fixed gear Boccaccio south of 3427 north latitude, current trip limits are also 1,500 pounds every 2 months, but with a period 2 closure. GAP supports GMT Option 2, increasing the Boccaccio trip limit to 6,000 pounds per 2 months. And lastly, the open access fixed gear Boccaccio south of 4010 north latitude. And this one would go to the Mexican border. Current trip limits are 500 pounds every 2 months with a period 2 closure. GAP supports GMT option 2, increasing the Boccaccio trip limit to 4,000 pounds every 2 months. And Mr. Vice Chairman, I wish all of our in-season statements were that short. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Gary, for your report and the concise recommendations. Let me see if there are any questions of the GAP. And I am not seeing any. But thank you very much, Gary.
Thank you, and have a good afternoon.
You, same to you. Do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right. With no public comment, that will take us to council discussion and action. And we'll see who wishes to break the ice here. Maybe they get a special donut the next time we meet. Marcy.
All right. Maybe this will earn me a pass out of donuts since I had a violation there. Hopefully so. I'm prepared to offer a motion if there's no discussion.
Let me just pause you for a moment and see if anyone cares to discuss this agenda item before we have a motion and its discussion. I'm not seeing any hands, so please go ahead, Marcy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ready, Sandra? I move the council adopt option 2 trip limits. Oh. There we go. You read my mind. An agenda item F4A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, June 2020.
Marcy, that language accurately reflects your motion?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I'll look for a hand for a second. Seconded by Maggie Summer. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. GAP recommendation, we were alerted to this by one of our South of 4010 fixed gear participants who was eager to avoid needing to discard Boccaccio with the increased trip limits that were offered in the April in-season action. So hoping to take the opportunity to retain and land those fish. So appreciate the GAP's work on this and the GMT's recommendation.
All right. Are there any questions for Marcy on her motion or discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Marcy, for your motion. Let me first go look to the council members and see if there's any further issues to be raised under this agenda item. And I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm going to turn back to Todd and see if we have completed our work here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Looking at the one motion and approval of that motion, I believe that you have adequately covered the agenda item. And I would like to echo Mr. Richter's congratulatory expression. This is a great in-season agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Todd. Well, Chair Anderson, here's the gavel.
Thank you very much. Great job. Marcy, I appreciate that motion on that agenda item, but I regret to inform you that you are not out of your donut obligation. Maybe if it were a more complex motion, that would have, there'd been some consideration of that, but not for that one sentence job. Okay. All right. Well, let me quickly turn them to our Executive Director, Mr. Tracy, and ask him if there's any further business to come before us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I believe we've completed today's business. If I may, I just want to counteract a statement that Mr. Gorelnik made about this in-season being the last substantive issue for the council meeting, and I think we've got another substantive issue or two coming tomorrow. So we've got the meeting record approval, but we've got membership and appointments, including election of chair and vice chair. We've got future meeting agenda and workload planning. That last item, I think, is going to be more substantive than usual. We will have updated documents, updated quick reference, year at a glance, and also a list of candidate items that we will distribute before the close of business today. And one other document that putting together just to provide a little guidance to the council on the numerous things that we'll need to address tomorrow. And in particular, at this meeting, we've got a number of sort of workload assignments that we need to deal with that maybe more than we're used to, and because of the webinar format and the shortened agenda, some of these items have been falling to workload planning instead of being dealt with during the regular course of the council meeting. So I'll provide a little bit of guidance on those, as well as some of our challenges with the September and future council meeting agendas as we kind of dealing with this COVID situation. So encourage you to take a look at that. There's also quite a number of advisory body statements on agenda item C5. So if you could take some time to look through those, be prepared to discuss all that tomorrow, I would appreciate it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
You're just full of good news, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, with that, let me just ask my colleagues if there's anything else anyone wants to bring before us here this afternoon. Not seeing anything, so lots of good work today. Thank you for that. We'll recess our meeting here and look forward to reconvening tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock when we'll start with our administrative matters. Have a good evening, and talk to you tomorrow.